It was a successful study because it gave you the answer that you needed to know.
But the coma doesn't raise a red flag.
The coma is a serious toxic side effect. It raises a big red flag that if, in fact, you see this in a significant number of people, then you're going to have to go back and rethink whether or not you want to take this drug any further.
Earlier this year, researchers called Compound Q promising in laboratory studies. It killed the AIDS virus and seemed to cause no side effects in animals given the drug. Another form of the drug is used extensively in China to induce abortions. Last May, San Francisco General started the only government study of the drug on patients, using different doses of the drugs to test safety and tolerance levels. In July, it was revealed that a patient in an underground study of Compound Q lapsed into a coma and eventually died. It still isn't clear if the drug triggered the coma, but with a second case at San Francisco General, it looks discouraging. But Dr. Fauci says it's still too soon to call off the study.
Well, it depends. You have to look at all the data and you have to determine the severity and the frequency of the toxicity. There are a lot of things that go into that.
So there are a lot of questions that are left unanswered, and what looked like a very exciting drug earlier this year is now being examined in a very different light. Suzanne?
More cause to worry. Thank you.
Thanks, Linda. And we'll be back with more right after. Tonight, shortly before midnight Eastern Time, the Voyager spacecraft will pass within 3,000 miles of the surface of Neptune. Viewers of many PBS stations, as well as CNN, will be able to watch along with scientists as the photos reach the Earth. We will discuss the Voyager mission in a moment, but first we have some background on the Voyager itself and the task it is undertaking some 3 billion miles from Earth. The impressive amount of scientific data and the visually stunning photographs sent back from Neptune are not due to state-of-the-art technology. In fact, Voyager 2 is a rather primitive spacecraft. Its cameras are 1960s technology, and the computer which directs the craft is less advanced than a child's Apple II computer. Yet the engineers and scientists at JPL have found ways to improve Voyager in flight.
Voyager is not the same spacecraft that we launched. We've altered it many times. It's been adaptable because of the way we can program its computers to cause the spacecraft to react differently to different things that we do. We've changed the way that it formats the data and sends it back to us. We've been able to send back compressed images so that we get back all the imaging data with far fewer total bits of information than we used to.
That's important because as Voyager gets farther away, it's able to send less data per second. At Jupiter, Voyager sent back over 100,000 data bits per second. Now it's down to little more than 20,000 bits per second. Engineers have also had to contend with the fact that Neptune is such a dim planet. Noon on Neptune is comparable to late twilight on Earth. To get good pictures, Voyager has been programmed to make slow, jiggle-free rotations to allow for long and smear-free exposures. In fact, despite its odyssey of 4.5 billion miles over the course of 12 years, Voyager is only 21 miles off course. An error not due to Voyager, but to a miscalculation of Neptune's orbit by Earthlings. As this last close encounter nears, Voyager's masters are very pleased with the state of their craft.
The spacecraft is working as well now as it ever has. I think the electronic parts have held together extremely well. We didn't know back before launch what it would take or whether a spacecraft would survive for 12 years because we'd had no spacecraft that had lasted that long up to launch. And I think we're all pleasantly surprised.
But the 12-year journey of Voyager has not been without incident.
We lost one of the Voyager receivers shortly before Jupiter. The Voyager 2 receiver died on us, and we were fearful for a while there that if the second one died, we would be without any ability to command or program the spacecraft. Fortunately, the secondary receiver has proved hardy enough to last through all of these years since that first loss, and it has not severely restricted our ability to program the spacecraft.
While flying by Saturn, Voyager 2's camera platform jammed. However, engineers at JPL got it working again. To get all the pictures and data back to Earth takes 4 hours to make the trip. Because Voyager is so far away and its signal so weak, each command is now sent 6 times. And NASA has also augmented its deep space network, which receives and sends Voyager signals. NASA's antennas in Australia, Spain, and California have been enlarged, and additional ones in New Mexico and Australia have also been added. After its Neptune mission finishes, Voyager's cameras will be shut down. But its other instruments for measuring magnetic fields and ultraviolet light will continue to work for perhaps another 25 years. After that, the nuclear battery which powers the craft will give out, and Voyager will go silently off into deep space. This afternoon, excitement was building at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory in Pasadena, California. Edward Stone, the chief scientist for the Voyager mission, released the first photos enhanced to show Neptune's rotation.
This is it. This is the 24 hours we've been waiting for. This is really the first time that we've had the capability to do this kind of image reconstruction in this kind of time scale. You need basically a supercomputer capability. And so this film you're going to be seeing is essentially the first of the products. So if we could have the film. Now this is a single image which is rotating, so it's not dynamical. In other words, you're seeing the same thing over and over again. You're not seeing 6 separate Neptunian days. Eventually, of course, we should be able to do this with the atmosphere evolving rotation by rotation. That's what we're really aiming to be able to do. But you can already see, of course, the small dark spot and the great dark spot. You can also see the streamers, the cirrus, which is associated with the great dark spot at this particular latitude. You can also see that there's a cirrus streamer up in the northern hemisphere. Your eye begins to pick up some patterns with this kind of a presentation that aren't necessarily so obvious when you sit and stare at the images one at a time. And of course, once we can actually make this into a time-lapse movie where the atmosphere is actually moving, and we have that data, it will really be a very valuable tool, as well as a very beautiful thing to look at.
Joining us now from Washington is Richard Berenson, an astronomer and president of the American University. He's also a member of NASA's Exploration Task Force. Tim Ferriss is an astronomy professor at the University of California at Berkeley and the author of Coming of Age in the Milky Way. He joins us from the Jet Propulsion Laboratory in California. Dr. Ferriss, as an astronomer, what do you feel when you see that computer-enhanced reconstruction of Neptune revolving?
Well, I'm really a journalist more than an astronomer, but it's marvelous, isn't it, the way that picture gives you a sense of the enormity of the planet. And that's something that isn't always immediately evident in these encounters, that we're not just looking at pictures or recording scientific data. We are, in a very real sense, visiting sovereign worlds other than our own world. Wildly different worlds, but planets that tell us in turn a good deal about the planet we live on.
Dr. Berenson, how do you feel about it? Are you becoming blasé about events like this?
How could you be blasé about a thing like this? First of all, we're looking at an object almost 3 billion miles away. It takes the light more than 4 hours to get here. We're looking at a device, through a device that was designed to go to only 2 planets. It's now taking in 2 more. It's traveling at about 25 times the speed of a bullet. It's looking at a light intensity only 1/1000th of what we have here on Earth from the sun, and yet look at the photographs, and we've now found weather where in essence there should be no weather. After all, it's heat that drives the weather. And that far from the sun, it's minus 350 degrees Fahrenheit. How then do we go about getting winds of 450 miles per hour?
I'll come back to that in a moment. I just want to ask you, of what is this the equivalent in human exploration, would you say, this reaching to the very edge of our solar system?
Oh, goodness, we're with Marco Polo and Magellan, and tonight we will be with Columbus as we step off into the New World for the first time. But unlike Columbus, we will genuinely know where we are and sense the true importance of it.
Is that too romantic, Dr. Ferriss?
No, I don't think it is at all. You know, when you think about how different Neptune is from our world, some of the photos that we've been looking at today, for instance, of the great dark spot,
let's go to the first of those photos, the one with the dark spot, and look at it while you're talking about it, Dr. Ferriss.
Now, you know, if you were to imagine yourself in a balloon hovering over that spot on the surface of Neptune, overhead a brilliant blue sky stretching off to a horizon hundreds of miles away, far overhead those white cirrus clouds that we see in the photograph that are not 5 miles above us, as cirrus clouds are here on the Earth, but perhaps 30 miles or more overhead. And then down below us from our balloon, we would see this enormous cyclone, the great dark spot, nearly the size of the Earth itself, with winds moving through it at hundreds of miles per hour. It's a scale and a magnificence of nature with which we are only acquainted in the slightest prior to the Voyager mission and other missions like it.
So that is a big storm we're looking at in that dark
yes,
spot.
it's in these big Jovian planets, as they're called, storms can last for centuries, evidently. And this appears to be one of these great stable cyclones that sets up shop for we don't really know how long. In the case of Jupiter, the Great Red Spot has been in existence for over a century now.
Now, if that's how do you explain Dr. Berenson's point of how do you get storms and winds like this with so little heat, with such great distance from the sun?
It's an excellent question. It means that there must be an internal heat source in Neptune, stronger than had been thought. This planet is full of surprises. If I could give you an example from here at JPL, we have just learned that the Voyager spacecraft has passed into what is called the magnetosphere of the planet Neptune, a kind of bubble in the solar wind that is created around the planet by its magnetic field. Now, this encounter with the magnetosphere, came almost a full day later than had been expected on the basis of theory. That's very interesting because it tells us that the magnetic field of the planet is much weaker than had been thought, and that in turn challenges our understanding of the internal mechanisms, the way this planet is made up and how it acts deep down beneath the cloud covers. So surprises like this are coming in almost hourly now here at JPL, and that's the
What does that say to you, Dr. Berenson?
Well, what it suggests is that it's along with so many other things we found we didn't know. We knew of 2 moons. We didn't know of the other 6.
And 2 more just discovered today.
That's right. We did not know that the rings were complete. We knew that there was perhaps a ring arc or 2, and now, of course, they're finding clumpy rings. We did not know what the real rotation rate would be of the planet, and now by studying the magnetic field, we find that the rotation rate of the outer part of the atmosphere is not the same as that of the more inner part of the planet, which is more or less what you'd expect because it's sloshy inside. The planet is largely made of gas, hydrogen, helium, with a lot of methane in the upper atmosphere to be sure, but somewhere down inside, some ice and perhaps rock. More and more we find that the planet is not quite what we'd expected, although our theories and our observations from Earth gave us at least a first approximation.
Let's look at the second picture, the one that shows it with a very pink edge, at least on this monitor, and at that very white spot. Tim Ferriss, tell us about what this shows.
This is a false color view of the planet through a filter that attenuates light as reflected from the element methane, which is a great deal in Neptune. It is that filter that creates, among other things, the appearance of a pink edge going around the planet. In this view, blue reads out as lower altitude and white as higher altitude. So you can see the dark spot we've been talking about looking very white here because those cirrus clouds are hanging over it at a high altitude, whereas most of the surface of the planet is lower. So thanks to photos like this, it's possible to begin to understand the third dimension of the surface of these giant planets as well.
Let's look at our third photograph, which is of the moon Triton. What does this photograph tell us?
Now this photo, which is also a bit false color, if you'll notice toward one side, this satellite appears dark. That's not a shadow. It's a real difference in the surface composition of the satellite. For some reason, part of the surface is much brighter than another part. The reason really isn't understood, but things of this sort are very interesting in studying the solar system. Triton, like our own moon, is gravitationally locked, so it always presents the same face to the planet that it orbits, Neptune. When you get a locked planet like this, it means satellite means one side of it has a different environment than the other. One side is facing the planet and one away. And the satellite may evolve differently as a result. For instance, meteorites.
But Voyager is going to show us the other side of this moon as it goes by, is that correct?
It'll show us some more of this, and more importantly, it'll show us, beginning as early as just a few hours from now, much higher resolution images of the surface. So we should be able to begin to see why it is that part of the surface is dark and the other part light.
Dr. Berenson, any observations on the photo of Triton? I mean, that's the moon astronomers have known about through telescopes for a long time.
Well, it is indeed, but the thing which is so especially exciting about it is, of course, that it has an atmosphere. Now, it's one of the very few in the solar system that we know about that has an atmosphere.
How can you tell it has an atmosphere?
Well, you could tell that by looking even from the Earth's surface because it has a bluish tint, which is probably coming from the methane. And now, of course, once we're getting closer, you can observe that better. And once we fly by later tonight, you can, in fact, even peer through the atmosphere looking back towards the Earth as it goes with the moon in between the space probe and the Earth. Now, what we expect to find, of course, is that we'll be able to see 10 times better than what was seen so far. And when you do that, we'll be able to see the surface features on the moon. It should be quite fascinating. You might even find glaciers made of nitrogen. You will probably not find the lakes or rivers of nitrogen flowing that some people had thought about theoretically a few weeks ago because it turns out to be too cold.
Tim Ferriss, describe the sequence of events that happens from now on this evening. We're through the magnetosphere, the sort of magnetic envelope. What happens now?
I made a few notes on some of the high points coming up. At 9 p.m. Eastern Time tonight, there'll be high-resolution pictures taken of the rings of Neptune. These are very high resolution indeed. They get down to only 5 meters, so an object the size of a bus could be detected. At 1:11 in the morning tonight, there'll be high-resolution pictures made of Triton, the satellite we've just been discussing. That resolution will show objects as small as 6 miles across. At 3 a.m., the Voyager spacecraft will pass through the ring plane of Neptune. It's thought to be a safe crossing, but no one really quite knows what material lies in the plane. So as a safety precaution, the cameras are turned away from the direction of the spacecraft's travel. So much in the way that if you were walking into a hailstorm, you might walk backwards to protect your face as it passes through the ring. So if there is some dust there, it'll be less chance of it damaging the camera lenses. At 4 a.m. will come the closest approach to Neptune, only 3,048 miles, distance closer than the distance between London and New York.
Is that
passes over the pole.
Compare that distance to the kind of pictures we're used to of satellite pictures from Earth. I mean, is that well within the range of our really high-resolution satellite pictures over the Earth?
Well, it won't be that sharp because, of course, the Earth satellites make intrinsically such higher resolution pictures. But it's closer than a lot of satellites get. The synchronous satellites carrying, for instance, this TV program are much further away than 3,000.
You mean the picture we're seeing you on right now, coming from Pasadena to New York, that satellite is farther away from Earth than Voyager will be from Neptune later tonight.
That's right. Those satellites are 24,000 miles high, so this picture has traveled 50,000 miles as opposed to only 3,000 miles distance between Voyager and Neptune.
Dr. Berenson, finally, you were talking about what a technical achievement this is. If this were up to the moment, state-of-the-art technology, what more would we get out of it?
Oh my goodness, it's hard to say. We're, after all, dealing here with a computer that was 1975 and it was designed only to go to 2 planets. Would probably be able to see more details, would probably be able to give more commands. But I think the dazzling story here is not what can't be done, but what has been done. And realize that we're now getting the last of the picture show. Within only a few hours, the movies will be over, and then the spacecraft will leave, and ultimately it will leave the solar system. And yet it will continue literally forever, long after we have perished. The Great Wall of China has perished. It'll still be out there.
We can't continue forever right now. Dr. Berenson in Washington, Dr. Ferriss in Pasadena, thank you both.
Destroy anyone who gets in their way. Mark Potter is in Colombia.
The bombs exploded at 3 o'clock in the morning at 2 separate political party offices in the city of Medellin, headquarters for the most powerful of the cocaine cartels. At the Social Conservative Party building, a man was killed. The second explosion ripped through the offices of the New Liberalism Party, which was headed by leading presidential candidate Luis Galan, until he was murdered last week, presumably by drug traffickers. The homes of 2 politicians also were burned, and suitcase bombs were found at the offices of 2 radio networks. The attacks in Medellin are believed to be just the start of the traffickers' retaliation for the government's drug crackdown, which involves arrests, massive property seizures, and a promise to extradite drug dealers to the United States. Today, a group calling itself the Extraditables, presumably the drug traffickers, issued a communiqué. It said, "We declare total and absolute war on the government and on the industrial and political oligarchy. Targets would include journalists, judges, politicians, and their families." In Bogota, judges are beginning to end their strike for more police protection. But one judge resigned today, citing a death threat against his daughter. Gloria Galan, widow of the slain presidential candidate Luis Galan, says, despite threats and bombings, Colombians must remain strong.
I have to think things are going to be better. And we have to have hope.
Although life appears normal in most of Colombia, there is lingering fear the worst violence is still to come. So far, there has been no response to the bombing or the communique from the Colombian government. Mark Potter, ABC News, Bogota, Colombia.
The State Department is taking the new threat seriously, but says there are no plans for now to evacuate any U.S. government personnel from Colombia. As ABC's John McWethy reports, the United States is moving to help Colombia protect the cartel's major targets, but that help is coming very slowly.
Because of the rising violence, officials in Colombia are urging the U.S. to turn over money immediately to help protect Colombia's 4,500 judges and magistrates. The U.S. has a $5 million program designed to do just that, but it is still months away from being able to help.
It's still a program in the planning stages. The money is moving through the bureaucratic process of allocation and obligation and all the other funny words they use.
Eventually, $2 million is to be spent for training Colombian judges in how to avoid attack on the way to work, the same kind of training the U.S. provides its diplomats. $500,000 is to be spent on such equipment as armored cars and bulletproof vests. Another $2.5 million is being held in reserve. In another account, the U.S. has begun spending $10 million to help Colombia eradicate its coca harvest and to break up cocaine laboratories. But whatever the U.S. is doing, it is dwarfed by the vast resources on the other side.
Drug traffickers are immensely wealthy, immensely powerful, and they're obviously ruthless in their use of their wealth and power.
When President Bush announces his new drug program, the emphasis is expected to be on cutting drug use in the United States. But after recent events in Colombia, officials say the plan is now to direct substantial new money there. John McWethy, ABC News, the State Department.
Some new hope today in treating cocaine addicts. Harvard University researchers say monkeys hooked on cocaine virtually lost their addiction after taking a pain-killing drug called buprenorphine. And a report in the New York Times says that crack addiction, once thought to be virtually incurable, may not be. Doctors say the key is putting crack addicts into a whole new social structure after taking away the drug. Medical researchers say they have discovered the gene which is responsible for cystic fibrosis, the most common inherited fatal disease in this country.
I hope it never gets seen, and I'm going to hurl all the negative energy I can and muster all my hell energy to hurl against them. So my thunderbolts are out on this one.
After many delays, Wired is finally making it into theaters, but not in as many key markets as had been hoped. Wired's producer Ed Feldman says it's because there's a conspiracy against the film in Hollywood.
There was a broad group of people who were friendly, business associated with Belushi, who didn't want the movie made. I mean, everybody has a right to say what they please. And they made every effort to try and stop the movie from being made and from being distributed.
The Hollywood press has chronicled the film's troubled road into theaters, but columnist Marilyn Beck believes that the controversy is a myth, that the film simply couldn't find a distributor because it's bad.
It's a very ghoulish, disjointed film that shows a man with no redeeming qualities. And when I mentioned this to Ed Feldman, he said that they really were being kind.
Nobody tells me what to do!
And 25-year-old Michael Chiklis, who was making his film debut in Wired, says it was hard knowing there were people who didn't want the film to be made.
It's a weird feeling, you know, you feel stuck in the middle, you know, because, you know, being a fan of all these people, of a lot of these people that are angry, it's my first picture. What did I step into? You know, God, help me.
Wired opens tomorrow from coast to coast. On our Inside Story tomorrow, actress Ali Sheedy speaks about her battle with drugs.
For me, it was a nightmare. I mean, I couldn't handle them. I got crazy.
Ali Sheedy fighting the big battle. The Inside Story tomorrow on Entertainment Tonight.
Coming up next, Playboy digs up more nude photographs of Growing Pains star Julie McCullough. And later, cuddly Dudley Moore is looking all wiped out on the set of his new movie. Surfaced. At first glance, readers of the upcoming issue of Playboy may think they're seeing Julie on the magazine's cover for a third time. Not so. It's model Pamela Anderson. However, inside for this Back to Campus issue, Playboy delivers what it promises to fans of Growing Pains' sexy new star. Photo director Gary Cole says he got the idea to recycle Julie's nude layouts from a past photo shoot when he spoke to some of his son's college buddies.
I was asking them in an effort to keep abreast of what young guys are interested in. And I was saying, you know, who's interesting to you guys? Who would you like to see in the magazine? And they all said, you know, Julie McCullough on Growing Pains.
I feel very close to you right now, Mike.
Hey, we are.
I'm serious. I'm falling in love with you.
In the TV series, Julie plays a young nanny who has now become romantically involved with the family's teenage son. The show's producers are reportedly concerned that Julie's Playmate past could spark a viewer backlash. As for Playboy, the magazine feels it's just celebrating Julie's acting success, which it helped create.
The fact that we've helped her attain that goal, I think, is something that we feel very, very good about. Sharing that recognition of that success with our readers, I think, is just part of what we do.
So far, McCullough has had no comment. Her spokesman says she doesn't want to add to the publicity.
Duet was one of the original shows in the Fox lineup. After a little tinkering, network...
No, I've never done it before. I'm just trying to be your friend to help you help yourself. No? Please, don't do this to me. You like it. Please. I'm so sorry, Asha. I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. All my fault. I'm sorry, Asha. Oh, God, I'm so sorry.
Here, we'll take her.
No!
There's nothing you can do. Just let her go.
No.
Bob, give me a hand.
Fire in progress. Unit 5, ETA 7 minutes to County General.
She was going back to learn the newspaper business. I was going to help her.
Funds. The man who left it said that years ago, Newton had made a profoundly positive impact on his own life and that he had come today to pay his respects. Huey Newton's burial service will be Monday. It will be private. The public is invited to a memorial service on Sunday from 10 a.m. until 5 p.m. at Oakland's St. Christian Funeral Chapel.
Two small beaked whales, rarely seen by humans, washed up on the beach near the Cliff House in San Francisco late today. The whales are deep water mammals. Unprecedented journey through space, the Voyager reached its final goal, hovering right now within 3,000 miles of the planet Neptune. At this moment, the spacecraft is expected to be taking once-in-a-lifetime pictures of the 8th planet from the sun, a giant ball of frigid gas currently farther away than Pluto. Voyager 2 is expected to beam back breathtaking visions, and tonight crowds of curious and excited people have descended on the Exploratorium in San Francisco to wait for the first glimpse of the historic photos, and they're going to wait until early tomorrow morning. Physicist Larry Shaw is at the Exploratorium right now and is standing by with a live update on the situation. Thank you very much for joining us, Mr. Shaw. What's happening right now?
Well, we're listening to the 10 o'clock update, which is showing the latest images and talking about them, which they do every hour on the hour.
The reason that we won't know for sure if the Voyager has taken these pictures is because of the Voyager's distance from the planet Earth. Is that correct? It takes 4 hours to get back?
4 hours and 6 minutes. We won't know until a little after 1 p.m., 1 a.m., when the signals arrive here.
So what have you gotten back in the last hour or so?
We've gotten pictures of the limb of the planet Neptune. We've got some ring arc pictures, some very good pictures of the new moons that have been discovered, and I think we're going to get some very good pictures of Triton.
Okay, thank you very much for taking the time to talk with us. That was Larry Shaw, physicist Larry Shaw, speaking to us live tonight from the Exploratorium in San Francisco. Dennis.
It's not difficult to understand why Voyager's approach of Neptune has scientists excited. After a voyage of more than 4 billion miles, a tiny spacecraft has apparently arrived at Neptune within 22 miles of its planned target. It carries cameras that can read a newspaper headline from a distance of 62 miles. And it's sending back information so fast, so rapidly, that researchers said trying to take it all in was like trying to take a drink of water from a fire hose. Bob McKenzie has been following the journey of Voyager. He has more in this report.
As Voyager 2 approached its rendezvous with Neptune, closing the gap at greater and greater speed as the planet's gravity exerted its pull, NASA scientists continued to announce new discoveries. 2 new moons were found today. That brings the total of Neptune's moons to 8. Only 2 of those moons had been known to exist before Voyager approached the planet. But as Voyager answers questions about Neptune, it raises new ones. Today, NASA observers saw cloud shadows in the photos, one bank of clouds casting shadows on another. The first time cloud shadows have been seen on any planet but Earth. To make those shadows, the white methane clouds must be about 30 miles above the bank of blue clouds below. And there is this puzzle. Clouds in the vicinity of the Great Dark Spot appear to be stationary. But the Great Dark Spot is an immense cyclone storm almost the size of our Earth, with winds hundreds of miles an hour. That should be causing the clouds to move. Of course, these pictures have been computer-enhanced and refined to bring out color and detail. Television transmissions direct from Voyager 2, relayed via satellite to public locations such as the Morrison Planetarium, disappointed some of the people who turned out to see them. Before they get all that electronic sweetening, the Voyager photos are pretty gray and fuzzy, and there's no commentary to explain what's being seen. Nevertheless, some visitors seemed happy to see what they could.
I just think it puts you back in an awe position, which is a good place to be.
An awe position?
Yeah, feeling in awe of what's around us.
With Voyager 2 reaching its closest proximity to Neptune tonight, the gravity of the planet is right now exerting tremendous force on the little spacecraft, accelerating it to around 68,000 miles an hour. The craft will be slung away toward the moon Triton, where about 4 hours from now it will come closest to that large moon. From today's pictures, it appears that Triton has a clear atmosphere, so scientists will be able to see the surface and get a closer look at what appears to be a snow-covered glacier. That glacier may be composed of frozen methane gas. As it takes its photos of Neptune and Triton, Voyager 2 must be constantly maneuvering. Since there's very low light so far out in the solar system, 2.7 billion miles from the sun, Voyager cameras must take long exposures, so the spacecraft has to keep adjusting its position so the picture won't move. While it passes behind Neptune, Voyager 2 will pass out of Earth's view for almost 2 hours, so during that time it will be able to take photos but not send them. Voyager's handlers have sent instructions telling it what to do while it's out of radio contact. The fact that this small messenger arrived at its destination when it was supposed to be there, 12 years after it left the Earth, is perhaps as remarkable as all the discoveries it has made. And finally, Voyager may help us understand a little more about the amazing planet you see behind me. One that's covered with strange creatures, has a perfectly wonderful atmosphere, and is called the Earth. At Morrison Planetarium, Bob McKenzie for the 10 o'clock news.
The axe fell on Pete Rose today. Major League Baseball's all-time leading hitter.
Oh, I don't think there's any question about it. There's no doubt that that line is in there, which Jack Lang referred to, but all sorts of other rascals and scoundrels have already been let in. So I think we'd have to turn around and throw out a lot of others before we could say that Rose couldn't get in.
Thanks very much, Frank DeFord. Good luck on your publication, The National.
Thank you, Sam.
We asked George Steinbrenner to be on our broadcast tonight before this happened with Pete Rose. We wanted to talk to George about his 17th managerial change. But because of the Rose issue, we asked Mr. Steinbrenner if he would take a rain check. He said he would. We hope to have him on soon. And we'll be back in just a moment with more.
And here is what it said. We declare total and absolute war on the government, the industrials, the politicians, the journalists, and the judges who have sold out to the government. They added, we won't respect their families because they've not respected ours.
You know, something like that sounds like an overstatement, but believe me, in this case, it may not be. There were 20,000 people murdered in Colombia last year alone, most of them drug-related, it is thought. There are 60 murders a day. Every 15 days, a judge is murdered. This is Colombian society because of the drug lords. We went down to Colombia this week to see what we could discover about it, and this is what we found. On Sunday, they buried the man who might have been Colombia's next president, Senator Carlos Luis Galán. 100,000 people turned out in Bogota to mourn him and to mourn their country, which is now gripped by such violence. Today, the drug lords struck again, bombing political headquarters in the city of Medellin, home of the most dangerous of Colombia's drug cartels. And they issued a communique declaring it is now total war in this latest round of violence that began last week. A week ago yesterday, Judge Carlos Valencia, driving through the streets of Bogota with his bodyguards, was machine-gunned to death. On Friday morning in the city of Medellin, State Police Chief Colonel Vladimir Franklin Quintero and his driver were machine-gunned to death. Then Friday night, Senator Galán arrived at an outdoor rally to deliver a political speech. He never got to do it. This is the spot where Senator Galán was murdered, in the town square of the Bogota suburb of Soacha. The flowers there marked the place where he was standing when the bullets cut him down. It was a brutal murder, but there have been brutal murders before. And a crackdown is on just now against the drug dealers, but there have been crackdowns before and nothing has come of them. So this time, will anything be different?
Well, I hope that. I'm not sure that it's going to be different, but I hope that.
Luis Gabriel Cano is wary, and well he might be. As publisher of Bogota's anti-drug crusading newspaper El Espectador, he knows all too well the power of the drug lords. On December 17th, 1986, his brother, editor-in-chief Guillermo Cano, walked out the front door to go home.
He took the car and go around and goes out that door, then take the road until that corner, and in that corner he turned to the left. And he was killed just in that place.
Machine gun?
Machine gun, yes.
Government machine guns have fought back. Troops and police have worried the drug lords from time to time, but it never lasted. But this time, Colombian President Virgilio Barco went on TV to promise a sustained assault. The drug lords' assets were seized over the weekend. Helicopters and airplanes and homes. 5 suspects in Senator Galán's murder were arrested. Eduardo Martinez, suspected of being one of the cartel's principal money launderers, was arrested. And perhaps in the strongest action of all, the law allowing speedy extradition of the 12 most wanted drug lord suspects for trial in the United States was reinstated. And government officials vowed to fight. Monica de Graef is the justice minister. She is 32 years old. It is said no one else out of fear would take the job. She is guarded 24 hours a day. She's promising the country's judges better protection. Perversely proud that the judges are indeed at risk.
They're killing judges because judges are judging them.
But aren't you afraid?
Everybody's afraid. The problem is how to cope with this fear you have and to stay fighting.
Do you really think that they can get to you here in the Ministry of Justice?
I think they can get anywhere.
And just who are these so-called drug lords who have terrorized Bogota and Colombia for the better part of 10 years, who have murdered with impunity? Well, it turns out they started life as small-time hoods, car thieves, muggers, highway robbers, going nowhere. And then they discovered cocaine. These are the suspected ringleaders. Pablo Escobar, they call him El Padrino, the Godfather, chief among equals. Jose Gacha, known as the Mexican, he's allegedly the enforcer. Jorge Luis Ochoa, called El Gordo, the fat man, allegedly in charge of distribution. They distill the cocaine in jungle laboratories and rule by fear. This week, even releasing a videotape showing how foreign mercenaries train their own men in the latest terrorist techniques. These are men of great wealth. Their homes seized this weekend sport gold faucets. Their estates include private zoos of exotic animals. Forbes magazine says these suspected drug lords are among the world's billionaires. The director of the National Police, General Miguel Gomez, is convinced his force, the Army, and the secret police working together can bring the drug lords low. Sooner or later, these people will be behind bars, he says. But some influential politicians believe force may not work.
We have only 3 months, no more than 3 months, to stop the traffickers. If we can't, we must find another way.
Ernesto Samper has taken the slain Senator Galán's place as a leading Liberal Party presidential candidate. seriously wounded himself by machine gun fire 3 months ago, he says that other way could be to negotiate.
We must find another ways.
And that's negotiation.
Is one of the ways.
Negotiation sounds cowardly, but before U.S. citizens criticize, there is something else to consider.
What has happened to the image of Colombia in the United States? 20 years ago, the image of Colombia was Juan Valdez with coffee. Today, it's Pablo Escobar with drugs and murder.
Yes, that is true. But you are, I think, you are blamed for that also in the United States, because you have the market there. You are the ones that are buying the things from us.
We're to blame?
I think, yes.
At this point, perhaps it's not a question of blame, but of lives in the United States and in Colombia, where the caskets are always full. And the murder of Senator Galan will either mark a turning point in the war against the drug lords, or just another casualty soon forgotten. Joining us live now from Bogota, from the presidential palace, is President Virgilio Barco. Thank you for letting us talk to you tonight, President Barco.
Good evening, Sam. Good evening, Diane.
Well, the drug lords have declared war now in Colombia, and today there were more bombings. What is your assessment of how this war is going to go?
Well, today we arrested another 3 drug leaders who will be extradited. We also will continue to confiscate the property to break their organizations. Expressions of support from around the world continue to be received by the government. The cartel has burned near Medellin some houses. We face, of course, the prospect of more bloodshed.
Mr. President, do you have the names, sir, of those
Colombian
leaders?
people are united in the war against narco-traffickers.
Do you have the names, sir, of those 3 people that you arrested today?
No, I do not have. It is in the hand of the secret police.
But they were not Escobar or Ochoa or Gacha.
No.
Where are those men? Do you know?
Unfortunately not.
Do you know where those men are? Have they left the country?
No, they, for many years, have constructed their defense regulations. They are very powerful, as you know. They have tremendous protection, which they have. They have really armies to keep them very well. So they are very difficult to
control. Mr. President, do you think U.S. troops would be helpful in Colombia?
Well, I don't believe we are ready to help. We have our own equipment. We need, of course, we need more equipment that could be provided to us. Colombia is the most effective place to stop the supply of cocaine. More than 80% of the cocaine seized globally is seized here in Colombia.
Mr. President, may I break in and ask you whether you agree with the newspaper publisher, Cano, that we heard a moment ago, that the United States bears some blame because in this country we use your cocaine?
Yes, of course. There is a very large consumption there. But you are talking about the way to stop it. Last year, the United States only provided us about 15 million assistance.
You want more money?
No, I spoke to President Bush Monday night. He offered equipment, training, and other assistance that we will welcome gratefully.
Mr. President, may I ask you a final question, sir?
Excuse me, but
yes,
I
sir.
mentioned to him that we cannot accept troops. President Bush understands that. This has been our policy over decades, and we need all your help except troops.
Thank you very much, President Barco, for coming in tonight and letting us talk to you about this problem in Colombia. Thank you. And we'll be back with more on this broadcast in a moment.
In a moment, the climax of Voyager 2's 12-year space odyssey. We'll go live to the Jet Propulsion Laboratory in Pasadena, California. Scientists from around the world have gathered there for the big event. Continues after this from our ABC stations.
Of Christopher Columbus setting sail, and none of us can remember. That's when the Voyager 2 first set out, the geriatric little spacecraft that is now bringing us all of those postcards from outer space. We're going to go live now to the Jet Propulsion Laboratory in Pasadena, California, where right at this moment, you are looking at the live shot being sent back from Voyager 2 as it approaches Neptune. Its closest encounter will come tonight, and Norman Haynes, who is the director of the project, is standing by there in mission control to help us know what it's like to be there and see the signal coming in. Norman, hello. Tell us where it is right now. How close?
Well, Diane, right now the spacecraft is about an hour and a half away from its closest approach to Neptune. It'll happen about 9 o'clock here in the Pacific coast. But it'll take us 4 hours longer than that to get the signal back from Neptune, which is 2.7 billion miles away from the Earth.
And am I right in understanding that it's 4 minutes early?
It's about 4 minutes early, but we accepted that.
Can't you guys do anything right? I mean, honestly. Now, let me ask you, how do you get the signal in? How does it work?
Okay, when we want to take a picture, for example, we need a camera. Out here on this small platform, we have 2 cameras, a wide-angle camera and a narrow-angle camera. We point them at the target, take the picture. The picture is sent into the spacecraft. It's electronically converted into a radio signal. Out of this antenna, about a 12-foot wide antenna, we send the radio signal back to the Earth. That radio signal is collected at a variety of tracking stations around the world. It's all sent into JPL. It's an electronic form. It goes into the computers in the building right behind me. Those computers take that electronic data in forms of ones and zeros and convert it back into pictures that came from the spacecraft.
Well, exactly how do they convert it into pictures, this radio signal from the spheres?
Well, each picture is made up of 800 rows with 800 little dots. And each dot is encoded with a color from black to white. And it's encoded with a series of ones and zeros. So the radio signal simply sends back a whole long series of ones and zeros to the Earth. The computers take it, reconstruct what color each one of those, or what darkness or lightness each one of those little dots should be, and we construct the picture that way, much like a newspaper picture.
As we said earlier, this satellite has been under the spacecraft has been underway for 12 years. And we asked Jackie Judd if she would take a look back and help us get a sense of what some of those pictures were like in the past. Before we do, though, just tell me a little bit more, Norm, about what you've learned about Neptune.
Well, Neptune is a very fascinating place. The thing that's most interesting about it are the things that we didn't expect. For example, the atmosphere we thought would be blue, but it's got a giant spot in it, much like Jupiter has. It has a smaller spot, much like Jupiter has. We didn't expect that because Neptune is so far away and so deep and so cold that we didn't know that there would be enough energy to drive these kinds of winds and hurricanes.
Okay, now let's ask Jackie Judd to send us some of those postcards again from the past.
Many of us paid much attention 12 years ago when Voyager 2 was launched on its incredible journey to the far reaches of the solar system, a journey that began with its sister ship Voyager 1. But the spacecraft grabbed our attention when it began sending picture postcards home, and what postcards they've been. Jupiter, the volatile giant. Voyager reaches it in 1979, 2 years and 3/4 billion miles since launch. Its camera captures a ferocious storm, 3 times as wide as Earth. We see for the first time ever Jupiter's moon Io, with its pizza pie face and spewing volcanoes. (1981) 1.3 billion miles logged. Saturn. The postcards home let scientists know those glorious, elaborate rings are made up of icy particles, some as small as grains of sand, others as large as a house.
That's supposed to be it for Voyager, but it's not.
MDA program entries are XA of 4396.
Advanced technology on the ground allows scientists to extend the mission, so Voyager gets new computer commands to keep on going. It's 1986. Having now traveled 3 billion miles, Voyager reaches a lopsided Uranus. The sun's light helps expose rings and 10 moons we didn't even know existed. Consider all that Voyager is producing with so very little. The computer system on board is absolutely primitive. This pocket calculator can process more information than the spacecraft can. A 25-watt light bulb is more powerful than Voyager's radio signal, infinitely more powerful once that signal finally hits Earth.
How many things do you know of? Think of them. Washing machines, automobiles, television sets. What do you have that has worked or could work unattended without the intervention, the direct intervention of a human hand for 12 years? As complex as this is, we take enormous pride in having done that. That is one great accomplishment.
So here we are in 1989, and it's Neptune at last, a 4.5 billion mile trip. Look closely to see the ring discovered just a few days ago, and we get a good look at a storm the size of our planet. And there's the quirky moon Triton, orbiting in the wrong direction. There will be more from Neptune. And then the grand tour is over. Voyager will leave our solar system, having shown us places we've wondered about since coming out of the cave and staring up at the skies. But Voyager will be drifting out there among the stars. And who knows, maybe it will surprise and amaze again, showing us more worlds we never imagined existed.
Well, Norm, I want to ask you this. What would thrill you the most tonight as the pictures come back to see?
Well, I think based on all the things we've seen so far, I've been very impressed with the atmosphere, the incredible beauty of the atmosphere, the large spots. We found rings. We thought there might be rings. We found rings, complete rings. But I think the thing that I'm personally looking forward to the most is getting a close-up look at that kind of crazy backward moon, Triton, where our best pictures are going to be coming back in just a few hours, and we're really looking forward to that.
I gather that you can't learn anything from the Voyager trip so far about the possibility of human beings or beings of some kind in space. But are there any provisions made if you end up running into them?
Well, we just in the off chance that Voyager sometime in the next 1,000 years might run across another civilization, we put a small plaque on the side of the spacecraft. And the plaque is inscribed with sort of a code, which if they can decode it, the civilization that finds it, they can play this record. And on it are audio sounds from the Earth and pictures of people, trees, animals, kind of an image of what Earth might be like.
Well, you're going to bet on it one way or the other. What's your bet?
I'm not betting that they're going to find it while I'm alive.
Well, we wish the Voyager well on its poetic journey into the beyond, and we thank you, Norman Haynes, for being with us. And we'll be back.
When Primetime Live continues, Malcolm Forbes' 70th birthday blast. How much of a good thing is too much?
Have you ever heard of anybody chartering a Concorde and a 747 and it's unbelievable. Well, I've never seen anything like this. It's absolutely the most extraordinary thing I've ever seen. It's fabulous.
It's the setting, it's the place, but everyone looks so wonderful.
What are they trying to tell us? Malcolm Forbes with his exercise in excess last weekend, and those other apostles of conspicuous consumption, Leona Helmsley, Adnan Khashoggi, Donald Trump. The message seems clear. If you think money can't buy happiness, well, you just don't know where to shop.
When asked a question on money, does money make you happy? I've always said it won't make you happy, but it's one less thing that you need, and that's nice. Money per se can't make you happy, but you can be awfully contented.
And why not? All those yummy yachts and marvelous mansions and posh parties. Social climbing is how the rich get their exercise. So what plutocrat worth his pedigree could resist Malcolm Forbes' little tango in Tangier?
They have so much money. What else is there in life? They have nothing to save for. They have nothing to achieve. So if they can get something for free and enjoy themselves, why not? I think that's what it's all about.
Enter Forbes, a man who never met a publicity stunt he didn't like. He races balloons, he rides motorcycles, he collects Fabergé eggs, toy soldiers, and last weekend, he collected people. Nearly 600 of them, news notables, social swells, and corporate kingpins. So just what do the rich and famous talk about at the airport? Oh, the usual. You know, what to wear.
I love your earrings. You love those? I think they're Jaguars, but I'm not sure. I got them in London. I think they're fun.
And what do you pack? Ask Ann Landers and Dear Abby.
Well, I have a steamer.
You do?
Yes.
Good. Glad to know that, sis.
Absolutely. I'll be borrowing it. That you take a fellow, you take a husband, your husband, somebody's husband.
And no doubt it was the first time some VIPs ever uttered words like these.
What do we do with the bags?
Put them on the jet, Henry. Forbes chartered 3, including a Concorde. After all, this is a jet-set party, isn't it?
It is not jet-set party. Jet-set parties are boring. They're boring. This is the doers, the people who made America what America is.
If Gaddafi wants to wipe out U.S. capitalism, he kidnaps this whole bunch. But then, who pays the ransom?
But the cream of capitalism arrived safely to a rousing reception and the start of a world-class culture clash. This, after all, is a country where the average worker earns $630 a year. Even then, work is hard to find. So the soft-hearted king ordered some of his idle subjects to entertain Forbes' guests.
If this is a hint of things to come inside, it's going to be the bash of the century, probably.
And it was. Unfortunately, it was the 18th century. It was hot and the line to get in was long. Seating was by lottery, which left more than a few, like perpetual party ornament Jerry Zipkin, stranded in social Siberia next to strangers.
So I consider them pieces of furniture. You know, I don't want to sit next to a commode. And there are plenty around.
Still, there was a glittery receiving line and a big birthday cake. And lots of fireworks. Sort of a Hollywood-scale production, huh, Liz?
Oh, Hollywood doesn't have such a scale. Malcolm outdoes them all.
How much this whole thing cost is the subject of a lot of speculation. The figure that's been thrown around publicly is about $2 million. Forbes says it's less than that, but let's face it, for a guy who's said to be worth $400 million, $1 or $2 million is chump change. In any case, it looked like Forbes designed the weekend as a big fat business expense. Most of the guests were advertisers in his magazine. But after a congressman's complaint, he promised not to take the party as a tax write-off. Still, he got more than he paid for. Some media, including Primetime Live, paid for the trip to Tangier, but dozens of others were flown in for free and gave Forbes fawning, flattering coverage.
Everybody who is anybody, or once was anybody, or hopes to be anybody, was there. Everybody who is a bitch and famous.
Liz Taylor was there. Let's not forget Liz. You're supposed to think she and Forbes are having a romance. They aren't. But she draws the press he craves.
Have you ever been to a birthday celebration quite like this one?
No, and I don't think I ever will.
Taylor suffered silly questions from reporters. They had to suffer her genetic inability to show up on time.
I mean, if the Queen of England can turn up on time, or the King of Spain can turn up on time, I think the fading Queen of Hollywood certainly should.
So headlines are screaming and tongues are wagging from Hyde Park to the Hamptons. Maybe it was tacky. Maybe it was excessive. Maybe not.
Malcolm has really, I think, done a great PR move for the magazine. So when you really look at it, what's opulence? It's a business move.
His wealthy guests may feel a bit used, but Forbes says if the party creates more business for him, he makes more money, pays more taxes, and that helps the whole country. In other words, he's doing all of us a big favor. Now that's rich.
Here he is in the flesh, Malcolm Forbes. Okay, how much did all that cost?
I'm not sure. All the bills aren't in yet. They're still coming, but...
$1 million?
Oh, more than that. The planes were the big expense. Flying these impoverished people to Morocco was expensive.
I didn't see any impoverished people there except the good citizens of Morocco who were pressed into service.
Well, you know, that's an interesting point because the people that came there, literally, were about 350 of them, run some of the biggest businesses in America, among them some of the major hotel chains. And the fact that the hotel, the only one that could accommodate them all, the air conditioning broke down. A couple of them came away saying, we think we might put a hotel here that's larger and the air conditioning will be more dependable.
We'll get to that in a moment, but Mr. Forbes, how can you defend spending this money, no matter what it was, when a lot of people in this world need money like that just to eat?
You just have witnessed the culture of Morocco. It was put on, demonstrated. The world is much more aware of Morocco, the oldest friend America has, than they were before.
I'm not going to buy that. I mean, there are kids in this country.
I'm not selling it to you.
Well, let me tell you.
You just sold it to the American people for 10 minutes on here. You showed Morocco,
Not only
Sam.
you're not selling it to me, you didn't invite me, but when I heard that person say anybody who's anybody, I know where I stand. But seriously, there are kids in this country who need organ transplants. There are people who are hungry.
Sure.
That money could have done a lot of good.
Absolutely.
Then why did you spend it this way? On what, Betsy Bloomingdale?
Now, you know, it's very easy to ridicule it, but there were 350, the biggest businessmen in America there.
Are they your friends?
The press were there. Most of them are very good friends. They're sources of news. They're sources of advertising. We give them bad report cards. They don't stay friends long, many of them. But people, we are launching a German edition of Forbes. An Italian one is in the works.
So this is a
one
business write-off, is that it?
No write-off. It was never claimed to be a write-off.
Yeah, but it took you several days to get around to actually saying you wouldn't take a deduction.
It was never intended to be, and nobody ever raised the question. It was never in our mind to make it a deduction. I think it could have been justified if we wanted to do it on the basis of the exposure to Forbes. I think we've had $100 million worth of coverage and discussion, not all of it favorable. But
no, not all of it favorable. Let me ask you about your so-called friends. That's right. They
Most
say that
of them are friends.
They said the air conditioning didn't work. They said they had to wait in line an hour to get a drink.
A couple of columnists.
A couple of columnists, too. Liz Smith, who do you have in mind?
Well, Liz was quite annoyed about the lines and the fact that the table seating came out of a hat. Well, I didn't know how to seat 800 people that consider themselves and are very important. How do you decide who sits next to the Crown Prince of Morocco? So we had them do their own seating by pulling it out of a hat. In some cases, it didn't work.
Well, how do you feel about this bashing that some of your great friends who accepted your largesse and your invitation to come free are now giving you?
Well, you know, I'd prefer they all went away happy, but the number of people that are giving the bashing, they make the news because it's much more fun to slash something that, let's face it, was enormously built up by the press. We got criticized for having press there.
Let's make some news tonight. What's your relationship with Liz Taylor?
Absolutely happy, delightful, and never once have either of us said we intended to get married. That's the way to destroy friendships sometimes.
You're not going to get married to Liz Taylor?
I'm not going to.
There's not a romantic bone in your body? Huh?
I will refrain from punning on that remark, but...
Hey, wait. I don't think we can top this. Thank you, Malcolm Forbes, for coming in and defending that wretched excess in Morocco. Thanks very much. Diane?
That's taking advantage of the last word, Sam.
Okay, here, take the last word. Take 5 seconds.
I'll give you the last word.
Was for $2 million. We got $100 million of coverage both for Morocco and Forbes magazine, and the
That's
people
enough. We're going to blow
there.
our next commercial if we're not lucky. Diane, what do you think
Thank you,
of this?
Sam. Thank you.
Last word. Are you going to invite Sam next time?
Absolutely.
A final note ahead.
Primetime Live. Brought to you by Lewis Rich and the fine line of Lewis Rich Turkey Products. Ocean Beach in San Francisco, 2 very rare deep water whales. The questions, what's wrong, and how can they be helped? Leslie Brinkley is live now at Marine World, where the effort to help them is underway tonight. Leslie?
Pete, so far so good. The prognosis is guarded for these 2 young male whales. As far as setting an age, they're calling them teenagers or adolescents. They were found, as you said, off the Cliff House earlier this afternoon. It's believed, the speculation right now is that they may have contracted a parasite that disoriented their navigation system, or somehow they got separated from their mother or pod and literally got lost at sea and beached themselves once they were too weak to fight the current and float. They arrived here at Marine World tonight around 9 o'clock, cradled in foam with vets and marine mammal experts swarming around them for first aid, trying to keep them cool, taking blood, checking respiration, IVs. The white zinc on their faces that you see there is to protect their skin, protect it from windburn. They're declared to be in fair condition. The smaller one is in shock. Just like humans, they do go into shock. The larger one is taking the stress a bit better, we're told. They're about 800 pounds each, so it took a forklift and a lot of muscle power to lower them into a very special isolated tank here with 3 feet of water in it tonight. The trainers are in there with them, trying to ease the panic. They are wild animals, and their echolocation systems let them know they're in a concrete tank, so they will be supervised here all night. They beached themselves late this afternoon, and our Jennifer Olney has that story.
The whales were first spotted about 4 o'clock this afternoon, lying on Ocean Beach just a few hundred yards from the Cliff House.
The first thing was to make sure that no one attempted to push them back into the ocean, because if they are weak or injured, they could very easily drown.
Whale experts from the California Academy of Sciences and the Marine Mammal Center got to the scene quickly. They covered the animals with towels to keep them cool and prevent sunburn. These are beaked whales, a very rare species that sticks mainly to the open ocean.
They dive very deeply, we think, and probably hold their breath for a very long period of time and feed in the far offshore area. On deep water squids.
The animals got shots of vitamins and steroids. Then it was time to move.
Don't crunch the sail. Don't get out of the way. Hold on.
Finally, the whales were smeared with white cream to protect them from the wind. And then they left under police escort. Celebrities a long way from home. At Ocean Beach, Jennifer Olney, Channel 7 News Tonight.
You're looking right now into the pool where you see a live picture of that pair of whales. They're sticking close together tonight. It's a remarkable story of how man's helping them. They would have died if left on the beach, died if they were pushed back out to sea. They're so weak. So this is their only chance of survival. As we said, the prognosis is guarded. The experts are calling this a mass stranding since more than one beached themselves. They're concerned that many others in their pod, they travel in groups of 4 to 6, that the others in their pod, if there's a parasite involved, may also beach themselves. So they will be looking tomorrow along some of the beaches nearby to see if others have beached themselves there as well. They say that if you do see whales on the beach like this, not to try to push them back out to sea, as some folks apparently tried to do today, but to call the experts from the Marine Mammal Center in to try to rescue them, as they're doing here right now. It looks good. Back to you.
All right, Leslie, that is a complete report, the latest we have, and you can see the effort underway. And for those who are confused, they aren't bottlenose dolphins. They look like it. They're simply a small beaked whale that's very, very rare, but does in fact look a bit like a bottlenose.
In fact, they call it a cobia beaked whale. Right. Very rare indeed. 2 orphaned otters
of the day. So let me begin again very quickly. 12-year, $4.4 billion Odyssey, Voyager 2 has arrived. The planetary probe made its closest approach to Neptune a little over 2 hours ago, and the pictures are still on their way to Earth. Brian Hackney is at the headquarters in Pasadena to bring us the latest, but has prepared this report.
The grand tour of the solar system pulled into the home stretch tonight at more than 40,000 miles an hour, and so far it looks picture perfect.
maybe 3-4 minutes ago, there was a beautiful ring of Neptune.
So on this night of closest approach, at this point anyway, before we get the data back, everything's still coming in fine.
Oh, it's coming in great. Yeah, we're very, very satisfied. It's really thrilling to be here. Yeah.
Tonight is the night that all of us stay up all night because it's the night of closest approach. We're going to be very anxious as Voyager passes through the ring plane to see if, there is anything that damages the spacecraft. So that'll be a somewhat anxious moment.
Carolyn Porco is talking about a maneuver that Voyager executed 3 hours ago. To make closest approach, Voyager had to plunge through the ring arc surrounding the planet. It might have damaged the spacecraft, but scientists aren't staying up nights worrying about it.
We're a little bit concerned, but I don't think there's that much danger.
They're staying up nights to receive images like this.
Neptune, an amazing world. More dynamic than we thought, more interesting than we thought, and I think with an equally fascinating satellite system, and I can't wait to learn more about it.
That satellite system includes the amazing moon Triton. At this hour, Voyager is passing behind Neptune, taking infrared pictures of the planet. And then, in the small hours of the morning, it will spin around in a complex maneuver and photograph what may be the only moon with a bluish sky in the entire solar system.
We're going to be talking about Triton tomorrow night, I'm almost certain. It's going to be, I think, a fabulous moon to look at.
And look at that. We are live now at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory down in Pasadena. The pictures are coming in. The scientists are elated. And so far, it looks as if we are succeeding in sailing the farthest shores of the solar system for the first time. And as I say, the latest indications are everything looks good, as you just saw. And we're here tonight with Mr. Patrick Moore, who is a prolific author of astronomy. Patrick, what is your initial reaction to what we've seen just tonight?
Absolutely fantastic. And when you think of Voyager 2 skimming over Neptune's pole at only 3,000 miles after a journey lasting 12 years, even I can hardly credit it.
It's amazing. And Pete and Anna back at the station, I mean, we're so caught up in the excitement of all this that's happening here. What are some of the things that occur to you back there that maybe you'd want to know a little bit more about tonight?
Well, Mr. Moore has been so fascinating listening to him during the course of the last several days describing all this with the enthusiasm. And I'm curious, are there things that they're seeing that are literally a surprise, or is this confirming things you kind of suspected about this planet and the moons?
No, there are surprises. I think we knew that Neptune was going to be more dynamic than Uranus, but not so dynamic as it's turned out to be. And I'm quite shattered by the appearance of the great dark spot. I expected nothing like that. Neither did I think there were going to be any complete rings, which there are. And I think that the showpiece of the entire mission may be Triton, which is unlike any other moon.
And that's right. And Triton is what we will be seeing tonight in the next couple of hours. In fact, it's going to image Triton as it moves back behind Neptune.
I can hardly wait. Triton is not like anything else. It is just Triton.
Okay. And Pete and Anna will get actual confirmation of the flyby just before 1 in the morning Pacific time, because Voyager is so far out now that it takes those pictures more than 4 hours traveling at the speed of light to finally touch down here at JPL in Pasadena. We'll have the latest pictures for you live tomorrow night at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory. I'm Brian Hackney live.
All right, Brian. And thank Mr. Moore, please. His enthusiasm is just wonderful, and he has been a prolific writer in that area.
It's true. It's another reason to tune in for the early morning news, too, because then you'll get the new pictures that have happened overnight.
Indeed.
Still ahead tonight, the latest on the investigation into Huey Newton's murder.
And we'll look at the decision to ban Pete Rose from baseball and how his penalty compares with ones handed down in baseball in the past.
Attention. Here's the brand new incentive from GMC Truck. GMC Truck is...
After a routine traffic stop when weapons were found in their car 12 hours after Newton was gunned down. But they say those weapons do not match the one used in the killing on Tuesday morning. There is still no known motive.
Well, after months of innuendo and allegation and legal wrangling, the verdict finally came down officially today. We first told you about the likelihood last night. Baseball Commissioner Bart Giamatti has banned Pete Rose from baseball for life for betting on games. Channel 7's Dan Lovett is here now with more, and I said quotations because there's still confusion about this, but it's
very much
life.
So,
yeah.
very much so. Rose, the very symbol of the game itself for a generation, maintains his innocence on charges he bet on baseball. But in the same breath, he says the death penalty handed down by the commissioner today was fair. This has left many wondering about his honesty.
You have to be deaf, dumb, and dead to believe that he didn't bet on baseball based upon all of the allegations within the 2,000 pages. There isn't a page of testimony that says he didn't.
One of the game's greatest players has engaged in a variety of acts which have stained the game. I have concluded that he bet on baseball.
Well, regardless of what the commissioner said today, I did not bet on baseball.
And so, while the game's greatest player to ever get a base hit remains in a stage of denial, some who have been close to him over the years question the interpretation of today's settlement.
On one hand, I hear the commissioner saying he believes Pete Rose bet on baseball. On the other side, I see Pete saying he did not bet on baseball. And according to the documents, that's not even addressed. According to the documents, he is suspended for something else other than betting on baseball. And if that's the problem, then we haven't solved anything.
I think Pete Rose was a great ball player who has blasphemized the very institution or business that built him.
Rose will be eligible for the Hall of Fame in 1992. Despite being an outcast today from the game he loves, he believes he will be voted in, and said as much while appearing on the cable shopping channel in Minneapolis, where he was hawking his memorabilia tonight.
I don't think today's ruling has anything to do with me making the Hall of Fame. I'm looking forward to being reinstated into baseball after a year, and I did my part to go to the Hall of Fame as far as I'm concerned. I mean, I played the games, I got the hits, I scored the runs, I played in the winning games, and I represented the game of baseball my whole life.
And now it appears that Rose's life is for sale. But will it be worth the price for this man who became a hero and baseball's all-time hits leader?
And Dan, of course, Rose's case is by no means the first involving baseball and gambling, nor is it even the worst. Channel 7's Lisa Stark reports the previous incident set the stage for the commissioner's measured response.
Say it ain't so, Joe.
But it was. In 1919, 8 members of the Chicago White Sox threw the World Series in exchange for money from gamblers. They were thrown out of baseball by the newly hired commissioner.
It is my belief that baseball is loved by an entire nation because it embodies that priceless spirit of equality that is the very backbone of America itself.
The same year as the Black Sox scandal, then managers Ty Cobb and Tris Speaker were charged with fixing a game. The charge was never proven.
It sort of was pushed under the table. These men were too big at that time to be. There was enough trouble for baseball.
Still, their managing careers were over, although Cobb denied the charges to his dying day. Baseball's image was shaken again in 1947 when Brooklyn Dodgers manager Leo DeRocha was suspended for a year for allegedly associating with gamblers. And in just the last decade, Mickey Mantle and Willie Mays found baseball off limits while working public relations for casinos.
Mantle and Mays, I think, used to come to spring training, and they'd hang out in the, they go to old-timers games, they'd hang out in the locker rooms, and that, he said, you can't even do that as long as you're doing this. Once they stopped those jobs, they were welcome again.
Will Rose be welcomed again? Solomon isn't sure, but says
it is not a scandal. There is no proof that a single game, the outcome of the single game, was changed because of what Rose did.
But baseball was forever changed because of the Black Sox scandal, and ever since then, there's been no gray area when it comes to baseball and gambling. In San Francisco, Lisa Stark, Channel 7 News Tonight.
Well, how about some upbeat news from baseball?
Why not?
Huh? The Giants are going to play at Candlestick tomorrow night with a 4-game division lead now, while the A's had...
that has the power of government to say, look, folks, we have a problem with sewage, we have a problem with air pollution, we need to correct it.
Health experts say they need support from border industries, which doctors claim help cause some of the pollution. Doctors would also like a bigger commitment from the federal government. For now, clinics need to hire more nurses, but there's no money to do it. So thousands like Maria Ramirez, who live in makeshift homes, can only hope the help arrives before too many more people become sick or die. Chris Abel, CNN, near El Paso, Texas.
Green cards are turning pink. They're the IDs that aliens must carry, showing they have the right to work even though they are not U.S. citizens. For years, the documents have been known as green cards, even though they've been off-white for some 12 years. But now the Immigration and Naturalization Service is going with a flashier color. The pink ink is supposed to prevent forgeries. It'll be phased in as new cards are issued. Green card holders need not trade theirs in. Japan's government is tarnished by another sex scandal. The top lieutenant to Japanese Prime Minister Kai-Fu's has resigned. Takuu Yamashita has confirmed reports that he had an extramarital affair with a bar hostess. A Japanese magazine reports he paid her $21,000 in hush money before he took office. Yamashita says he's resigning because he doesn't want to cause problems for the prime minister who took office some 2 weeks ago. Sex and money scandals have already toppled 2 Japanese prime ministers. Inmates of the county jail near Fort Myers, Florida, spend much of their time fishing in nearby inlets of the Gulf of Mexico.
Big announcement coming up for us in the homicide of Huey Newton. We're not sure what that announcement is, but we're waiting on information. Allegedly, they're going to hold a news conference any time now. What we can tell you is Oakland police arrested 2 men late this afternoon. In fact, just a short time ago. That was after a high-speed chase at 14th and Myrtle. There is indication these 2 arrests are somehow linked to the Newton homicide, and that information comes only because one police sergeant told us of the arrests that they are very important. Now, also today in court, we keep hearing of 3 other alleged suspects in the Newton murder. 2 of them were in court today on charges of possessing a weapon and possessing a weapon only. Newspaper reports in the Examiner maintain that somehow these 3 suspects are linked to the Newton homicide. Oakland police, though, continue to deny those reports, and hopefully in a short while we'll have these inconsistencies cleared up at this news conference. And as soon as we have that, we'll bring it to you.
All right, we'll be standing by then to hear from you. That's Janet Yee in Oakland with the latest, perhaps a breakthrough now in the Huey Newton murder case. And billionaire real estate developer James Court. And yesterday, they were awarded $2,000 judgment each against the owner. Today, while a city crew boarded up the house on Ashton Avenue, one of the neighbors says this shows what people can do when they work together.
As far as all the regular people that are out there, and that anyone who is in a similar situation or a situation that just where they wanted to get to know their neighbors, get to know your neighbors. And you'll find that there's an awful lot of people who feel exactly the way that you do. And that's the first step to correcting any problem that you might have that's close by.
The city boarded up the house, which is now vacant because it's been ruled a fire hazard. Now, the owner, Rose Jackson, was unavailable for comment, but she is expected to appeal those judgments. Cheryl.
President Bush today authorized a $65 million package to help Colombia fight the ruthless Medellin cocaine cartel. We have 2 reports on this new front in the drug war. First, ABC's Ann Compton reports from Kennebunkport, Maine. That's where the president is vacationing. And then Stan Potter has the latest from Colombia.
From here in Maine, President Bush signed off on an enormous emergency package of military aid for Colombia. White House Press Secretary Marlin Fitzwater made the announcement of the $65 million package, including helicopters, grenade launchers, ambulances, anti-tank weapons, and assault boats, the weapons of war for the war against drugs.
We will provide only materiel support and training. The United States has complete confidence in the ability of the Colombian police and military to deal with this situation.
The situation in Colombia has long since reached the emergency point. A wave of assassinations has claimed the life of a presidential candidate and the lives of hundreds of judges and police officials. When the government of President Barco began a crackdown this week, the drug lords responded with a declaration of war themselves, a war on the legitimate government of Colombia. Into that tense climate, the first U.S. helicopters begin arriving today. Spokesman Fitzwater said President Bush responded quickly to President Barco's requests because the drug war threatens more than just Colombia.
We have a war situation in America, let alone Colombia.
Ann Compton, ABC News, Kennebunkport.
Late this afternoon, a U.S. military transport plane arrived in Bogota carrying 2 State Department helicopters on loan to the Colombian National Police. Although they are just a stopgap measure, American officials made sure reporters were present to see them. Helicopters are needed in the drug fight to ferry troops to remote areas of Colombia, where it is believed the major traffickers are still hiding out. Early this morning, the traffickers struck again. In the city of Medellin, they set fire to an exclusive country club. Yesterday, in their declaration of war against the Colombian government, the traffickers said they would not only kill officials, journalists, and their families, but would also destroy the property of the rich. But it is the drug dealers themselves who enjoy the greatest riches. The Colombian military says this English-style castle outside Bogota belongs to a trafficker who is still at large. On the property, there is a chapel. Inside, ornate furnishings. Under a new decree, seized property will be kept by the authorities, unless the landowner can prove within 5 days it was bought with legitimate funds. In downtown Bogota today, thousands of students held a silent march in support of the crackdown. They carried signs against the drug traffickers and in favor of extraditing them to the United States. After the march, they placed flowers on the grave of slain presidential candidate Luis Galán. It was his murder last week that sparked the drug crackdown. Mark Potter, ABC News, Bogota, Colombia.
The United Farm Workers are launching a drive to get pesticide-sprayed grapes and grape products off supermarket.
Neptune probe. Show us what you've got now, Brian.
Don, we got a lot to cover tonight, and I am sure that already you have heard about the excellent results that they've gotten back from the flyby that happened last night, just before 9 o'clock. First thing I want to show you is the latest picture. This is a live picture. Actually, of course, it takes 4 hours and 6 minutes to get here, but this is the latest that's being downlinked from the Voyager 2 spacecraft. Look at this beautiful backlit view. The sun up here, the crescent planet Neptune, as Voyager now recedes in back of the planet. Things have gone so well. It has been such a success for the people here that there was a special visitor today, too, not just the data that was coming from Neptune. But we also had Vice President Dan Quayle come by to offer his congratulations to the scientists for all of their good work. And he was presented with a picture of Neptune, and he also got a tour of some of the facilities here with the scientists to see all the work that they've been doing. Now, what I want to show you is the big things that have happened over the past 24 hours, and I guess the big story of the day is what's happened with the moon Triton. Let me show you how we got the images that came in at about 3:47 this morning. First of all, here's what happened. Voyager pulls back from the planet Neptune after passing over the north pole of the planet. And then it does a spin maneuver, and it begins to approach Triton, which is Neptune's largest moon, and it begins to image the moon in a mosaic pattern of 12 separate images to get a high-resolution picture. The results are amazing. I think the most amazing thing about this, actually, is that you got to consider that yesterday, I mean, our best view of Triton, really, from the Earth had been nothing more than just a pinpoint of light. But now we have a spectacular view of Triton. Let me turn this off and show you the results of the pictures. First of all, some of the first images that came down, this is the only one actually that has been color enhanced. These pictures are only about 16 hours old, and you see the color in the satellite, but also look at this. This apparently is relatively young geologically, and you can see the crater in the middle of this very large caldera up here. And what scientists believe happened is that this is formed by an eruption, but probably an eruption not of lava and rocks, but an eruption of water. And you can tell it's geologically young because there's only a single crater in here. There's not a lot of cratering on the surface. And also, this picture was taken from 28,000 miles up, and it can see resolution down to about 2,700 feet. So the resolution of the pictures is amazing. And have a look at this. This really is spectacular. You're looking at the limb of Triton right here. So there's the limb of the moon, and you see this little hazy spot right at the top? That's actually haze in the very thin atmosphere of the moon Triton. Very thin atmosphere. And very spectacular pictures. And real quickly, Carolyn, why don't you come on up? And I just wanted to ask you, Carolyn Porco is one of the ring physicists here. You study the structure of the rings around planets, and you're one of the first people to see a double ring around Neptune. Mm-hmm. Let me ask you this, though. Everybody's saying it's over. The encounter's over. There's nothing left to learn. What is left?
Well, to begin with, we have not received all the best pictures down on the ground yet. At about 7 o'clock tonight, we start receiving images that were tape recorded while the spacecraft was in planetary occultation, and we couldn't communicate with it. And those will be, for example, pictures that were taken while the spacecraft was zooming right through the ring plane, and we imaged this ring plane crossing is what we call it. And we expect that will give us information on how the dust is distributed within the ring plane, which is very important to know.
Okay. So there's more coming down still. There's more pictures that we haven't seen.
There's more coming down on rings, and there will also be more coming down on Triton.
Okay. Kind of sentimental, though, huh?
Very sentimental.
Okay. All right, Carolyn, thanks for stopping by. At 6 o'clock tonight, we'll show you everything that's happened since we last talked at 6 o'clock last night, and show you really what has been probably the most successful encounter, in the words of the JPL scientists here.
Okay, Brian, fascinating stuff.
And Cheryl. And just for your information, I can't hear you because there's a problem with our earpiece here, okay?
Oh, okay, Brian, it was spectacular stuff, and we thank you. We'll look forward to the report at 6 o'clock. That is just great, fascinating.
Oh, yeah. Stay with us. Coming up next on the news at 5.
Emergency aid to help Colombia fight drug traffickers. White House spokesman Marlin Fitzwater said the package will include Huey and Black Hawk helicopters, 18-man assault boats, jeeps, machine guns, grenade launchers, small arms, and other supplies. He said there would be additional money for Colombia in the anti-drug strategy to be unveiled by the president on September 5th. In Washington, Attorney General Dick Thornburgh talked about the U.S.-Colombian drug connection in a speech to the Federal Bar Association.
Every cocaine sniffer and crack smoker in this country has to share some of the responsibility for the tragic assassinations in Colombia last week, as well as for the deadly crossfire that erupts in so many of our violent inner-city drug marts. Without the enormous appetite of American drug users, there would be no Colombian cocaine cartel. This is simply the law of supply and demand. There is, in fact, a straight-line relationship between the drug producers and the drug abusers. It runs from Colombia to the District of Columbia, from Medellin to Manhattan, from Cali to California.
Early this week, Attorney General Thornburgh announced that the U.S. was seeking the extradition of 12 members of the cartel. In Colombia today, the cartel, which has declared all-out war on the government, threatened to kill 10 judges for each suspected trafficker extradited to the U.S. In the capital city of Bogota today, 550 judges said they plan to resign because of lax security. Judy?
American astronomers were giddy with excitement today at the closest up pictures ever of the farthest out planet in our solar system. And the star of the show turned out to be not Neptune, but its major moon, Triton. The spacecraft Voyager sent back pictures showing a lunar surface with large inactive volcanic craters filled with ice and cliffs, faults, and other glacier-like terrain. We'll hear more about what has the astronomers so excited just after the news summary.
Poland's new Prime Minister Tadeusz
Sicker patients may be more vulnerable, especially if they have AIDS-infected cells in the brain. But the government's top AIDS scientists told us the whole puzzle is exactly why drugs are tested slowly and methodically like at General.
That's why you do phase 1 trial. The decision may have to be made, I don't know until you look at the data, that in fact the drug is too toxic.
Project Inform disagrees, noting that there have still been only 3 cases of comas out of nearly 100 AIDS patients who have tried Q in both the official and unofficial studies.
Well, as for Charlie Weaver, the San Francisco General patient, last night Steve Kabelka pressured the hospital to give him a steroid that proved effective for a comatose Project Inform patient, but so far there has been no response in Charlie. San Francisco General has refused to comment all along. Kate?
Just by the fact that there are Q patients who are going into comas, isn't that a strong warning signal about this?
It is. In fact, the folks at Project Inform say that these comas are even further proof that people should not try to get compound Q on their own and try it on their own. It really can be dangerous.
More testing.
Yeah.
All right, thanks, Hank. And a new ruling by the State Court of Appeal has sent shock.
First tonight, the Voyager spacecraft completed its final planetary exploration today, skimming over Neptune's North Pole and beginning to push beyond the solar system. Joining us to discuss the Voyager's mission and to interpret some of the most recent photos are 2 scientists who played key roles in the project. Dr. Bradford Smith is in charge of the team that analyzes photos from the Voyager. Dr. Carolyn Porco is a specialist on the imaging team. Both are astronomers at the University of Arizona in Tucson, and they join us from the headquarters for the project, the Jet Propulsion Lab in Pasadena, California. Dr. Smith, you have a new series of photos of Triton that came in the early hours of this morning. Can we go through them and have you and Dr. Porco tell us what so excites you, astronomers about these photos? Starting with the color of Triton in the first photo.
Yes, this is a color view of Triton, and we can see a rather pinkish color to its surface and perhaps somewhat blue margins along the dark regions. Triton is right at the moment the largest and most remote of the large bodies of the solar system, a world that we knew absolutely nothing about until this morning. And now we're getting these close-up views, which are giving us a look at a really bizarre surface. Perhaps we can move on. This is just an overall color view as we saw it at about 10 o'clock last night.
Yes, here's a closer shot of the surface.
Okay, now this is giving you an idea of the sort of thing that we're seeing. It's a geology which is based on materials which exist on Earth, but not in that same form. Water, ice, on Triton is extremely rigid, and it plays the same role as rock or silicates on our own Earth. It controls the topography of the planet. But what fills in the voids and oozes out of the interior and moves into the hollows, as water might, say, on the Earth, is a mixture of ices, nitrogen, which makes up most of the gas in our atmosphere, and methane, which is the gas that we heat our homes or cook our food with, natural gas.
And they exist as ice because of the extremely cold temperatures so far from the sun.
Because of the extreme cold temperatures, over 300 degrees below zero, they exist only as ice or as very, very thin gases in the satellite's atmosphere.
Now, you have a picture, as I understand it, that shows the haze, the atmosphere around Triton.
Yes, that is that very, very thin atmosphere. Exactly what that haze is made up of is not clear to us yet. It's possible that there are small particles of methane ice. Perhaps there's some sort of a photochemical product, what we might call smog.
And in the next photo, you have, as I understand, much more clear pictures of these depressions that are being called former volcanoes. Is that correct?
Yeah, not in the sense of a extraordinarily eruptive type of volcano as we think of for many of our volcanoes on the Earth, but more of the quiet, easygoing Hawaiian type volcanoes where when material erupts, forms lakes of molten lava and then subsides. In this case, it's water that's playing the role of the molten lava, and it forms these melted regions that you can see, and then perhaps sinks back down again, leaving these what appear to be depressed frozen lakes.
And what would be that dimple in the middle of that huge frozen lake?
That is almost certainly an impact crater. That is, it's just showing that Triton, along with all other objects in the solar system, occasionally gets hit by errant particles that are wandering around, meteorites, and it makes a crater.
So you believe that's frozen water in the middle, and then what would the material be around the edges of that?
Well, frozen water which is controlling the topography that you see, but just as water can fill in the hollows, or even water ice can fill in the hollows on the Earth, that may be deep layers of methane ice or nitrogen ice that's covering the underlying water ice on Triton.
And the edges of that crater, have you any estimate of how deep that is? It looks pretty flat from this angle, but how deep might that be, those cliff edges then?
The interior certainly looks very flat, and I wish I could give you an answer to what the height might be for the edges. The problem is that these pictures came in literally only hours ago, and we're still working, trying to get the numbers out of them.
Go on to the next picture, which gives a narrower angle image, and this is the same kind of thing we've been looking at, but rather closer up. Is that it?
Yes, that's the same sort of thing that we just looked at a moment ago, but now all of this other peculiar topography that you see just above that, I think at the moment we really don't have any idea at all what's causing that.
I see. And we have another one which shows some very dark areas. This is presumably from quite a different place on the moon, Triton, is it?
Yes, this is down near the polar region, and we're puzzled by that as well. One suggestion is that perhaps the methane or nitrogen ice becomes just a little bit thin at one spot, and the sun gets down and heats up the ground below it, and that allows it to evaporate very quickly. And so what we see is a growing dark spot due to evaporation of that material, with some of it just recondensing in the outer margins, forming that very white border to it. Yeah. But that's only a hypothesis based on some analysis by some rather sleepy scientists. And
let's go on to the next photo, which shows this ridge. It looked to me like a freeway going through Los Angeles, but what so far have you been able to consider that may be?
Well, this may represent warming and cooling periods in the history of Triton. Water, as you know, expands when it freezes, and Triton, of course, has gone some kind of a very torturous history. It's in the wrong orbit around Mars. It's going back, around Neptune, sorry. It's going backwards, and that suggests some sort of a cataclysmic background to it, origin. It may have gotten quite warm in the past, and that may have caused the water to expand and then shrink, and forcing whatever lies below up through these cracks.
I see. And let's look at our last picture, the very, very rough topography of Triton. I mean, these are mountains we're seeing, are they?
Well, what you see in the picture really is not so much topography. There are light and dark streaks. This is actually one of the earlier pictures that we got last night, and it's what really gave us an indication that Triton was going to be not just another satellite, that it was going to be bizarre. We see these dark streaks stretching out across the surface. They almost look as though there should be some strong winds blowing on the planet, moving dark material around, but the atmosphere seems to be very thin, and we're very puzzled as to how such features could be formed.
Dr. Porco, we've been reading all day of the excitement the scientists there at JPL have been experiencing as they watch this. We must stress this is the first time man has ever looked at this satellite of Neptune. Can you describe a bit of the sort of things that are being said about it and the kind of excitement?
Well, people feel a tremendous excitement because, as you said, no one's ever laid eyes on Triton or Neptune or its ring system before. And it's just a glorious moment for us, and scientists love to discover new things and to compare what they discover with what they already know. So the scientists on the imaging team who are experts in planetary surfaces and in satellites are right now in the throes of comparing Triton with the other satellites they see in the Saturn system and in the Jupiter system and in the Uranus system.
I recognize that we journalists trying to satisfy our own curiosity and pass that on to the public are forcing you scientists to come up with sort of instant explanations of things that'll really take you months to divine and fathom. But what is, I'm trying to get at, have you learned a lot, or have you learned more questions? Have you learned more mysteries by what you've seen over the last few hours?
First, let me say I appreciate the fact that you admit the difficult predicament we sometimes are in. And I think it's a standard issue to say that we always learn many, many more questions. It's not that we don't answer the questions we originally approach an object or a system like Neptune with, but we always go away with other more intriguing questions. So it's always a worthwhile endeavor.
Dr. Smith, has this been more questions for you? I mean, have you suddenly come up with a whole lot more question marks that you didn't have before?
Oh, certainly we have. 24 hours ago, we hardly knew which questions even to ask. Now we're confronted with an alien surface that has geography, topography that we just simply don't understand at all. At the moment, we're just all questions and no answers.
This is a naive question, but how do you know? You said methane and other materials. How do you know what the materials are on that planet?
Well, fortunately, the universe seems to be pretty much the same anywhere you go. That is, there are certain materials which are abundant, and those include materials like water, silicates, ammonia, methane, and so on. They're ubiquitous. They're everywhere. So what determines the state that they're in, or the quantities that you may observe them in, are the conditions. And so we do know how far Triton is from the sun. We know what the temperatures are out there. And so just from this knowledge, one can make some guesses as to what kinds of materials one would be expected to find. However, how they manifest themselves, how they create a satellite out there that's almost as large as our own moon, there's no way to anticipate that except to go there and see.
Dr. Porco, I understand the cameras are going to be turned off on Voyager as it goes away from Neptune into deeper space, but when actually are you going to stop taking pictures?
Well, I believe we stop taking pictures of the Neptune system only a few days from now.
It's actually almost a month, yeah, that we take the last pictures.
Oh, okay. I stand corrected.
I see. Well, let's go to back to Dr. Smith on that. You're going to go on for a month and then stop taking pictures, is that right?
Certainly those images of the very highest scientific value, as Dr. Porco has said, most of those will be complete within the next few days. However, we will continue to look back at the Neptune system, perhaps searching for more rings, looking at the behavior of its atmosphere as it appears as a crescent. And then there are calibration pictures that are necessary to help us interpret the data that were collected during the encounter.
I see. And what is the idea of turning its cameras off altogether? Is that just to conserve its power as it goes deeper out?
You know, that's part of it, but really, we don't know of anything else out there. Triton is the most remote object in the solar system for us right at the moment. And as Voyager sails on out of the solar system, we simply wouldn't know where to point the cameras. They do consume power, and it also takes money to operate those systems. So in the best interest of conserving funds and power for the spacecraft, we will shut the cameras off for good.
Well, Dr. Porco and Dr. Smith, thank you both very much, and congratulations to you and your team. Judy?
Still ahead on the NewsHour, East Germans head for the West, and the next two can...
A complete success. But smart engineering and far-sighted science built a spacecraft which has now done what many thought impossible with flybys of Uranus and now of Neptune and Triton. How was it done? An example. Look in the upper right-hand corner of this picture of Triton. That upper graph shows the data in this picture as it was received from the Voyager's tiny 10-watt transmitter, a smudge of noise. The lower graph shows the same data after it had passed through a NASA signal processor in Pasadena, clean, as is the picture at the left, which it represents. And just as signal processors have improved, so have radio telescopes. In all this, the spacecraft has worked like a champion.
I really like to think of Voyager as somewhat like a trained athlete. That is, it's now at Neptune, it's really working at the very limits of its capability, but not beyond. And that is, in fact, the whole trick of doing this kind of engineering. Pressing to the very limits, fine-tuning the system to make it work 3 times further from the sun than it was designed for.
And so Voyager, that remarkable space athlete, has completed the grand tour of the giant planets. Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and now Neptune and Triton, and is headed into deep space beyond the solar system out toward the stars, still sending back information which will help us understand what interstellar space is like. In San Francisco, Bill Hillman, Channel 5 Eyewitness News.
Even better pictures of Triton taken during today's flyby are scheduled to be radioed to Earth tomorrow.
And still to come here on Earth, but Patti LaBelle, Billy Idol, Phil Collins as Uncle Ernie, and Elton John in the title role.
Ever since I was a young boy, I played the silver ball. From Soho down to Brighton, I must have played them all. But I ain't seen anything like it in any amusement hall. That dead, dumb, and blind kid sure plays me.
And coming up, Rick.
They don't want to be found. You must look for them in places where no one is, or where there are people no one will ever see alive again.
Cheryl plays a commando, a soldier from the future who comes back into the past. For whatever reason, you have to see the film, but she comes back.
And background!
It's not normal. Things are not as they should be. Things don't add up. And only halfway through this picture, or just before halfway through this film, do you realize that she comes from somewhere else.
But what is the daring and dangerous mission of the time travelers? And how will their actions in our present alter the course of history?
I have a time quake approaching.
I know damn well we can't change the past. It catches up with us. We change.
No time, Louise, no time!
I can still stop the paradox.
Our world is at an end. All evidence of our existence will be washed away.
Watch that first step.
Watch for it in next week's Box Office Countdown. Coming up next, it's this week's Top 7 with scenes from the biggest films in America today. Don't you go away.
Now tell KGO Radio's Greg Jarrett that traces of cocaine have turned up in the Fed's air system. Apparently, when the Fed destroys old money too shabby to circulate.
Our currency goes through there, our general ventilation system goes through there.
And cocaine was found there?
Yes, I understand.
In any large quantity that you know of?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Doctors say the level of cocaine contamination is not high enough to be a problem, but one doctor worries that it could cause a false positive drug test. And that's your business for this Friday evening.
Thanks, David. Well, coming up next, a last look at the weekend.
Outgunned by narcotics terrorists and leftist guerrillas. They've been asking for this kind of help for years. The feeling here, better late than never. Colombians say President Reagan talked tough against drugs, but did little to assist them. They're expecting a lot more from his successor.
And right now, the Bush administration is going to have to pay the bills, and they're going to be a lot more higher than what they have in their budget.
The total aid package from Washington is worth $65 million, enabling the Army to carry out more frequent and successful raids like this one. Soldiers discovered 2 tons of cocaine on a farm belonging to the Ochoa clan this week. It was sealed in waterproof bags and ready to be dropped into the Caribbean and picked up by speedboats. Retail value, according to U.S. drug agents, $100 million. Pocket change to the Colombian mafia, yet this one shipment alone worth far more than the total Bush aid package. This load won't make it to the streets of America, but as long as there's a demand, others will.
If you do not fight the consumption, the drug problem is going to last forever. That's the best help that the United States can give to Colombia, to start fighting the consumption of drugs in the United States.
The wealth generated by cocaine buys power and protection. This week's raid on the Ochoa farm yielded a large store of arms and enough ammunition to supply a small army.
The question is not whether we're going to be able to stamp out the drug trade tomorrow, but rather can we cut down the power and the size of the drug cartels to make them more manageable.
Meanwhile, U.S. Attorney General Richard Thornburg announced that the extradition papers for a jailed member of the drug cartel would be finished this weekend. Colombians fear that the first extradition will produce another round of violent retaliation. Juan Vasquez, CBS News, Bogota.
Coming up on the CBS Evening News, Betsy Aaron reports on a frightening drug combination creating double addiction on America's streets. And John Blackstone with some neighbors who
the dope with it levels it off. So I'm high. Instead of being high off a crack and looking around, I'm high and just relaxed.
Together, both drugs work better than either drug alone. The unpleasant side effects of crack cocaine, the kind of paranoia, the inability to sit still, all of that is smoothed out.
To an addict, it sounds almost too good to be true. It is. Robert is now a resident of Phoenix House, a drug rehabilitation center, a victim of crack heroin. Mixing cocaine and heroin is not new. John Belushi, only one of its more famous victims. What is new is that cocaine in its crack form, along with heroin, is being packaged and sold to kids as young as 9.
I don't care if you 2 years old. You gonna give me $35 for some crack, I'm gonna give it to you.
And if they're mixing heroin with their crack, it is highly possible that they can become addicted to heroin.
In a survey conducted by Phoenix House, 40% of the crack addicts were using the crack-heroin combination.
I just lost total control of my brain. 2 of them together, you can't win.
What's more, since the combination can be smoked, it's easier to sell.
A lot of people don't like to use the needle, or they're afraid to use the needle. Smoking it, they won't think twice about.
It really is part of creating a new market and letting people know that there's a new and better drug.
Drug users are always looking for a more powerful and a more potent drug, along with the promise of more pleasure. The pleasure of crack heroin carries with it the price of a double addiction, along with the potential to destroy yet another generation of young people. Betsy Aaron, CBS News, New York.
It is possible in this society for citizens to find themselves surrounded by drug addicts with no prospect of relief. It's possible that no level of government, federal, state, or local, seems ready to respond. But in San Francisco, some people who are under siege found victory through an arm of the government not usually linked to the drug wars. John Blackstone reports.
The neighbors of San Francisco's Ashton Avenue have just succeeded in doing what the city's police, fire, and health departments seemed unable to do. They closed down a crack house on their street.
I was sick and tired of living in fear of that my family could be hurt by any of the people that are going in and out of the house, or that the house next door would burn down. Because,
you know, at all hours of the night, you have someone coming over to your house, knocking on your door because they mistake your house for the house that they were supposed to go to, and that's scary.
Today, city workers finally started boarding up the house that had become a blight in the middle-class neighborhood. Those who live on the street say it should have happened a year ago.
You're crying for the help from the city, and they can't do anything about it. Who else are you going to turn to?
We were led to understand that it would take years before any action would actually be taken.
When we couldn't take any more, and we tried every single city agency, there was small claims court.
And in small claims court this week, 15 people on the block sued the absentee landlord for allowing a nuisance. They won. The judge awarded each of them $2,000.
Really feel like we got some satisfaction here.
The tenants are gone, but the landlord is appealing.
The neighbors have been apparently bothered and distressed by these dope addicts in the house. Fine, they should sue those people.
Even the district police captain joined the celebration.
Our backs are to the wall. We need the help of the block clubs and the people organized to help us to fight this problem.
There have been other neighborhood victories. Drug dealers were chased out of the recreation center, but they moved only a few blocks away.
It's almost like roaches. You know, once you squash them somewhere, they pop up somewhere else.
In San Francisco, where there have been more than 10,000 drug arrests in the past year, each victory seems at best a holding action. But still, each victory is sweet. John Blackstone, CBS News, San Francisco.
Hello, everybody. I'm Pat O'Brien. John Tesh is on vacation.
And I'm Mary Hart. Art often mirrors life, but in the case of actresses Ali Sheedy and Demi Moore, life reversed art. In St. Elmo's Fire, Sheedy played a straight arrow role, and Moore was her friend with a drug problem. As we're going to see in today's Inside Story, in real life, it was Sheedy who needed help for a drug problem, and it was Moore who came to her rescue. In her new film, Heart of Dixie, Ali Sheedy plays a young Southern woman in the late 50s who becomes politically and socially aware. In her real life, as a Hollywood movie star in the late 80s, Sheedy was trying to come to grips with a life-threatening drug addiction.
I've never been able to just kind of sail along and take things in stride. I don't know why that is. And I thought that maybe I would be able to handle things better if I was taking some kind of antidepressants or things like that. And I do know people with whom they work very well. For me, it was a nightmare. I mean, I couldn't handle them. I got crazy. And then what was really scary was then I couldn't stop taking them.
Though chemical dependency among stars is not new, it seems hard to believe that Ali Sheedy, who had led what appeared to be a fairy tale existence, would fall prey to such an addiction. At age 12, the New York City native authored a best-selling children's book. At age 21, she was a movie star with a leading role in War Games, and later, The Breakfast Club and Short Circuit. She even took time out to make an anti-drug message.
A lot of drug abuse messages are full of statistics. How many people die, how many lives are ruined, how much drug use is costing the economy. But this message isn't about numbers. It's about crack.
But ironically, in her 1985 film, St. Elmo's Fire, the ultimate Brat Pack picture, addiction played a leading role.
What should I do? I think you should have another shot.
In St. Elmo's Fire, Sheedy plays the girl who has it all together, and friend Demi Moore is the addict. But those roles in real life were reversed. Moore, who's Mrs. Bruce Willis off-screen, insisted that Sheedy get help. Demi literally shipped her off to Minnesota's Hazelden Drug Rehabilitation Center, and Ali will always be grateful.
I didn't know I was asking for help, and there are people who, when you start to get a little crazy, just they don't want to have anything to do with you. You know what I mean? It's like, but people who were there for me, like my friend Demi Moore, put me in Hazelden. She said I was crying out for help just in the way that I was acting because she thought I just seemed so discombobulated and all over the place. And she gave me the plane ticket and made the reservation and said, you're going, you know? And, that's a true friend. That's a great woman and a true friend.
Today, Ally Sheedy is back on track. At the age of 27, she's gone through one tough time, but she says time heals all wounds.
You know, if 2 years ago I've been talking to you and you said, construct your ultimate nightmare, what could it be? I would have made up some of the stuff that has actually happened, you know? And even when it was happening, I was thinking, you know, this hurts so much, but I'm not dead. I'm not dead, you know?
On the contrary, Ally Sheedy's new movie Heart of Dixie opens today in limited release.
The Who performed their classic rock opera Tommy live last night in Los Angeles, and it was
together. He's overcome drugs and alcohol, and his latest album could be the one that gives him that hit single. Crossfire is moving steadily up the charts. It could be that his life is in step.
That's it. That's it.
Stevie Ray Vaughan's favorite guitarist?
His brother.
Part is like flying.
Flying.
Yeah, it's like two birds soaring, swooping, soaring, soaring. What? What is it? What's wrong? Talk to me.
Watching you.
Parents who use drugs have children who use drugs.
You'll tell Father?
Of course. I'll send this right through the lab. Maybe we'll find something out. Catherine, you should know that there's a risk in sending Vincent's blood to a lab.
What risk?
Well, with the kind of analysis that we need, they could very well see something they've never seen before. Could trigger a lot of questions.
Without him, there is nothing.
Where is he?
Captain.
What the hell does she want?
You don't know? Oh, you're always telling me you own the police.
Watch your mouth.
Oh, I thought you liked it.
Over there.
Captain Hamilton.
That's the new captain. I've heard so much about you.
I didn't drop by to exchange compliments with you, Nahid.
Oh, well, what is it you want?
We found out you sold dope in Los Angeles. We found out you were a pimp in Chicago.
Right on.
But ever since you come here, you lead a charmed life.
Sure, I'm rehabilitated.
You're in town 4 years and you bought every sleazy piece of real estate that blights the landscape.
And not even an LCB violation, let alone a vice bust.
That's right. And you're in my joint now. So show some class. You're here with your hands out, right?
Wrong. I'm here to put you out of business.
What do you want? What are you really after? The cops are all alike. You can't give them enough.
I'm gonna give you more than you can handle.
You can't do it all by yourself.
Everyone's invited to this party, Nahid. You're gonna have the fire marshals, the building inspectors, the health department.
That's harassment.
No, that's only the beginning. Sergeant, I want uniformed officers outside that front door within the hour. No known hookers, drunks, or minors allowed.
I assume this includes all of Mr. Nahid's other establishments as well, huh?
Of course.
Back off.
No way. Oh, and you better make room at the bar for the Liquor Control Board, because they're going to be regulars here. Did I forget anything?
We could paint the curb red.
You're dead in this precinct. And I'm here to bury you personally. Now, do you still think I can't do it?
It looks like your Little League game just ran out of balls.
You're going to jail. Buzz us through. Hook him.
Well, come this way now.
You too.
You know they're gonna be out on bail in an hour.
Don't worry about it, Sergeant. This is our finest hour.
Them and bless their love for each other. And let this wedding ceremony, which all of us here witness, help them to have a successful, meaningful, growing, stimulating, exciting, and happy married life together. This we ask in the name of Christ the Lord. Everyone answer, amen. Amen. Kimberly, it's really happening.
I know. Pinch me.
Hef, she's here.
I almost forgot the ring.
This is a unique celebration. It's a celebration of your love. And here we are in this lovely, gorgeous outdoor cathedral. Something made by God and man together. They have made a lovely spot here for this celebration. It's your celebration, Hef and Kimberly. And in this celebration, we are doing some very simple things. But we're doing them in an elaborate way. And these simple things have very profound meaning. The four things that we do, the four simple things we do today. Number one, we gather the folks. Very simple, the gathering. Number two, we tell the story of Hef and Kimberly. Number three, we perform the rites, uniting you in marriage. And number four, we're going to eat and have a banquet in your honor. So number one, the gathering of the folks, family, closest and dearest friends. They are here with great anticipation in their hearts and souls for the two of you.
Our names on them, and they are a memento. You may take them home tonight as a memory of this evening. I guess it's time to cut the cake.
This is great. A little private one. I love it.
Not a big bite.
We're going to get
All right, let's get all the single men and friends of Hef up here. Hef is going to remove the garter. We'd like to get some guys up here and kind of gather around.
All right, let's get all the single guys up here. I'm going to throw the garter. You better get up here. All you single guys, you know who you are. All right, let's get the single guys up here.
It's appropriate music for me.
Color wants evidence.
Bitch! You're in big trouble.
Now you have to wear it. I can't believe that you bought it. Oh no, that's my
Well, we got a new dance and it goes like this. Ba-da-ba-ba, name of the dance is a peppermint twist. I'll go round like this, the peppermint twist. Well, we got a new dance and it goes like this. Ba-da-ba-ba, name of the dance is a peppermint twist. I'll go round like this, the peppermint twist. Go round and round.
Welfare check, get your welfare check. Everybody come and get your welfare check. Follow me now. Welfare check, get your welfare check. Everybody come and get your welfare check. I'm not damning no one, but the story must be told about how you collect till you're 90 years old. You stand online, get your butter and flour. Don't forget the cheese, damn, that's another hour. Going through changes, always explaining, telling lie after lie. They don't know why. You fantasize life, living large and sweet. You can't do that with a check only every 2 weeks. But like I said, my message is sent. There's a problem in the city with these welfare recipients. Welfare check, get your welfare check. Everybody come and get your welfare check. Come and get your welfare check, get your welfare check. Everybody come and get your welfare check. There's a problem in the system of the city. It's not a joking matter. In fact, it's a pity to me. It's embarrassment and downright indignant. It's the sad case of a welfare recipient. Too lazy to work, or they just can't. Every 2 weeks collect cash and some food stamps. Low self-esteem, better yet, none dig it. Drug-infested neighborhood, poverty-stricken. Bumps on the corner, big greasy finger licking. Dollar-digit midget, all you eat is chicken, potatoes, and steak. Please give me a break. Only once a year you see that grub on your plate. When it's cold outside, all the cold you feel. Got cold in your stomach, eating cold oatmeal. Big cotton coat, wearing flat shoes on your feet. Got your oven on grill just to pump some heat. Select a few friends to hang out with you, but they don't mind because they're on welfare too. Every month or so you go through hell, but you deserve this. Check it up with that old social service. Make yourself at home. What is your case number? You think you're getting smarter, you're only getting dumber. You growing up or growing with limited motivation. Every other week treated at the health station. Pull down your pants, boot them over, take it with a grin. Take it like a man or take it like a woman. Whatever the case, I think my message is sent. There's a problem in the city with these welfare recipients. Welfare check, get your welfare check. Everybody come and get your welfare check. Come and get your welfare check, get your welfare check. Everybody come and get your welfare check. no confusion or disillusion. I'm not using my powers for abusing. It's like a deadly scratch with an antagonizing itch. You're a fair, welfare, booger bandit. Because you beg and borrow, pay it back tomorrow. Ignore what I hear, I really don't care. To lend or not to lend, I won't bend. Friends I have number with my brothers I'll spend. Time and money, now can y'all step to me? Rise above the chains and just walk with me. Don't follow or lag or slag behind. Your reach for independence on point all the time. But if you can, I understand. Begging and asking from the other man. But like I said, my message is sent. It's a very bad thing, these welfare recipients. Welfare check, come get your welfare check. Everybody come and get your welfare check. Welfare check, come get your welfare check. Everybody come and get your welfare check. Just ice and not on welfare. KRS and not on welfare. My man because they're not on welfare. Don't wanna make I say they're not on welfare. My man Willie is not on welfare. This Melody, she not on welfare. My man Melody, I said they're not on welfare. Manager Moore, I said they're not on welfare. I because they're not on welfare. BDP crew, I said we're not on welfare. Come get your welfare check, come get your welfare check. Everybody come and do their welfare check. Welfare check, come get your welfare check. Everybody come and get your welfare check. Peace, peace for independence and not for dependence. Don't depend on no one for no one. Sin, go out there, get yourself, better yourself, cease and circles, just sign off now. Peace, 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 peace.
This is MC Ice-T and a Fab Five Freddy. MC Dennis Hopper. Yo, MTV Rap. Yeah!
The MTV Rap documentary.
The long-awaited release of Wired, the gripping story of comic John Belushi's fast life and tragic death, comes 7 years after the actor's demise and a month before Saturday Night Live celebrates its 15th anniversary. Starring newcomer Michael Chiklis as Belushi, the film is adapted from Watergate reporter Bob Woodward's hotly debated biography of the shooting star's collapse. For Michael Chiklis, playing an explosive personality in a film everybody would be talking about was the chance of a lifetime, but it was also a heavy responsibility.
I didn't even question whether I was going to take it or not when I first, I'm waiting tables, pouring drinks for a living, and doing off-Broadway plays and regional theater and stuff like that. And, someone says to you, play John Belushi, sure. About 15 minutes after I got the role and I was finished screaming and yelling and going, yeah, then I went, oh my God, I've got to play John Belushi now.
In a unique twist on the usual film biography, Ray Sharkey appears as Belushi's guardian angel, a taxi driver who takes Belushi through moments in his life.
I remember you played a coke addict. Yeah. You was a funny guy, man. You was a funny guy. But you died in the end.
Who are you, anyway?
My friends call me Angel.
We all have a gift, and everybody's is different. In this case, John had a major gift that was given to him. And I think he chose to abuse it.
Belushi's death wasn't just a case of some guy dying, it was really a sign of the times. And it was reflective of America and of Hollywood and of the kind of feelings that we all had for ourselves during that time, kind of a low self-esteem in general.
You can't police a guy 24 hours a day, every day of his life. You can't do it.
Belushi's manager, played by Alex Rocco, makes a desperate appeal that unfortunately comes too late.
You can't abuse yourself like this.
Look, I don't pay you to be my best friend. I don't ask you what you do after 6 o'clock. Don't ask me. Nobody tells me what to do.
You can't tell me not to love you. I'm not talking about business now, John. I'm talking about your life.
Wired takes such a dim view of the entertainment industry that every major film distributor flatly rejected it. But Taurus Entertainment, a small company hoping to make its mark, feels that the risk of alienating the powers that be is worth taking, and that the public should be the final judge. One of the nicer things about watching movies on home video is experiencing commercial-free television. But
Oh, J is for Julie. You are unique. L, love you oh so truly. I watch you every week. Every week.
Hey, check it out. Ooh, I like it. Who do you think you see when you see me walking down the street? Have I got the looks? Have I got the style of the kind of girl you like to meet? I've been hanging out too long in this all-time world of mine. 'Cause I got style and I got soul. Show me yours, I'll show you mine. I've been trapped in the body of a white girl. Trapped in the body of a white girl. Sick of sushi, I'm sick of sprouts. Watching Vanna White is such a bore. I wanna get down with some bad boys. Shake it on the dance floor. I've been hanging out too long in this all-time world of mine. 'Cause I got style and I got soul. Show me yours, I'll show you mine. Yeah, I've been trapped in the body of a white girl, but I'm so bad. Trapped in the body of a white girl. How about that? Trapped in the body of a white girl. You know I wanna shout 'cause I've been trapped in the body of a white girl. Watch out!
White girl. White girl.
So I'm eating Haagen-Dazs while my boyfriend's still at work, making love to his computer, gonna lose that jerk. Tired of romance novels and my cable TV. Wanna go out dancing and get funky. Real in the body of a white girl. Trapped
Like that girl.
in the body of a white girl. Trapped
You don't move like no.
in the body of a white girl, but I can dance. Trapped in the body of a white girl. Give me a chance. Trapped
Dance so good.
in the body of a white girl.
What?
Trapped in the body of a white girl.
What a great video. Well, that's my show for today. Goodbye, Gene. Will someone send this bag to his parents? Goodbye. At least I have the shoes.
All of Hollywood's coming out for the Video Music Awards on September 6th. Who's gonna win? Who's gonna lose? What do the stars think? What do you think? There's only one way to get the inside dope on the year's best videos. The Video Music Awards Spotlight Show. Every night, we'll go behind the scenes for info.
So if you want to see them live, you've got live at the VMAs on September 6th. Catch it. It's going to be great. Here's their video now called Love Song. Love Song. I'm so goofy. Kari, I'm here with you again. MTV News on the way. Also a video from Dick Marks, personal friend of mine. So why don't you stick around for Dick, okay?
Get in.
Defend himself.
From an early age, Newton fought against white authority. He refused to submit to racism in school or in the streets. It was this stance that led Newton to a life of helping others, setting up free health clinics and feeding hungry kids. But eventually, the pressures of the times gave way to violence, and Newton found himself in and out of jail cells.
He terrorized people, led a violent life, was involved in drugs, was basically a gangster.
But at any rate, I'm not guilty of anything. Thank you.
Over the years, Newton was accused of 2 murders and stood trial 5 times. He served 2 years in prison after a shootout with police left an officer dead and Newton wounded.
This military-industrial complex is only interested in its own perpetuation and not interested in people.
The conviction was later overturned, but Newton's problems did not go away. For the rest of his life, trouble seemed to follow him.
I will not allow this reactionary establishment to break my will. And I think that once your will is broken, then not only have they received a victory, but they've wiped out your whole reason for living.
But some say the establishment did break Newton's will, and in the early 70s, he fled to Cuba for 3 years. When he returned, friends say he was a different man.
They destroyed him. The FBI and the law enforcement bodies destroyed him to a point where he became paranoid, and he was no longer the Huey that I ever knew.
The FBI, then led by J. Edgar Hoover, had waged a secret war on the Black Panthers. Hoover called the Panthers the most violence-prone of all the extremist groups, and he vowed to destroy them.
J. Edgar Hoover did everything to split the Black Panther Party.
And eventually, he succeeded. When the Black Panther Party was shattered, so too was Newton's will.
We didn't have any more fights, any more struggles to be at the helm of. He sorely missed the activity of the 60s.
At the age of 38, Newton earned a doctorate in philosophy. But friends say even then he could not find his niche. After overcoming alcohol and drug abuse, he found himself lost, struggling to find his place in the world.
He and Newton wanted America to change very quickly. And I'm convinced that he became disillusioned at times and may have, in fact, made some very bad judgments.
A bad judgment, perhaps, that took him to this poor, drug-infested neighborhood early Tuesday morning, where he was gunned down, shot 3 times in the head.
Huey was assassinated. Hey! You know it, and I know it, and everybody here know it.
Whoever did it had planned it because it was done while he was in isolation, and it was done very efficiently.
While his death came as a shock to Newton's wife, it was something she knew one day would come.
It was something that I always kind of prepared myself for, the inevitability of that happening.
For the Week in Review, I'm Greg Lefebvre.
Inside the cell. So there is a lot of hope. Yes, we're looking forward to the good news.
Great. Rick, thank you very much, and thank you for joining us. For Family Practice Update, I'm Dr. Bob Rakel.
Fold it up to fit inside the rocket, and then in interplanetary space, they open up. Voyager is a fairly intelligent robot. It has an onboard computer that's constantly being reprogrammed by commands from Earth, but it knows to do a lot of things by itself, and it also knows if it gets into trouble to call home for help. The whole spacecraft is powered by this thing. a radioactive power source, contains plutonium. The plutonium decays, makes heat. The heat is converted into electricity, and the electricity powers everything else. In here are the electronics, the onboard computers, the tape recorder. All of the instructions that the spacecraft receives come in through this great dish-shaped antenna. And all of the data that it acquires is radioed back to Earth through the same antenna. Over here is a kind of very elaborate license plate that we'll talk about later. These are two of a number of hydrazine thrusters. They are tiny rockets that can reorient the spacecraft to make precision photography possible, for example. Here is a boom on which there are many science instruments. This is the scan platform. A lot of the major instruments are on it, and it can move. Let me see if I can make it move. It can move in various directions, so it's what permits the spacecraft to take a picture of that world and then take a picture of that world. These are the two cameras that have been responsible for the tens of thousands of magnificent pictures that Voyager has returned from Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune. Voyager was pelted with debris as it went through the outer fringes of planetary rings. It ran the risk of being fried by planetary radiation belts. It's on its backup receiver. There was a time when its scan platform got dangerously stuck. There's so little light at Uranus and Neptune that Voyager, designed to work closer to the sun, ran the risk of returning pictures that were too dark or too blurry. And yet, because of the human intelligence of its controllers back here on Earth at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, and because of the robotic intelligence in the spacecraft, Voyager flies on. Our eyes and ears and a dozen other senses that we weren't born with, acting in our stead in a realm of the solar system too distant and too dangerous for us personally to travel to, at least yet. And Voyager is also, with its golden phonograph record, our emissary to the stars.
I feel elated about it. It's like watching a child that you gave birth to grow up and mature and suddenly solve some of the major problems of the world, and it makes you feel very proud and wonderful.
Voyager's become an elderly relative. The cameras are failing in health. They'll make it through this encounter, but they probably wouldn't make it through another one. And that's sort of like having an elderly relative that you're caring about and watching fail and feeling kind of bad about.
Anytime Voyager aches, I ache. When we see little hiccups and we have to figure out ways of sending a small amount of medication to the spacecraft, it's fun to be able to do that in a way that the spacecraft continues to operate as it should.
Well, imagine this machine, each Voyager has the equivalent of 5 million electronic parts. Now that's equivalent to about 2,000 color Sony television sets. Can you imagine expecting 2,000 television sets to perform for 12 years? No, it's gone, I think, beyond the call of duty.
In-depth studies of the most interesting worlds. Magellan, now on its way to Venus, will see through the opaque clouds and map its hidden surface in unprecedented detail. In October, Galileo will be launched to Jupiter. When in orbit around the giant planet, it will make many close passes to its moons. And earlier, drop off a probe which for the first time will enter into the atmosphere of a giant planet. Awaiting approval from Congress is a trailblazing dual mission called Cassini. One spacecraft, instead of flying by a comet at 75 kilometers a second, which is all we were able to do when Halley's Comet last came by, will rendezvous with the comet, follow it around the sun, and observe its true nature. And the second spacecraft, Cassini, to be built jointly with the European Space Agency, will orbit the planet Saturn and drop a probe into the organic, rich atmosphere of its moon Titan, parachuting down to the surface to examine the hydrocarbon oceans, if they really exist. The other leading spacefaring nation, besides the United States, is the Soviet Union, with many exploratory firsts to its credit. The Soviets have announced that the exploration of Mars is to be the focus of their future missions. And in his July 20th speech, President Bush announced a similar focus for the United States.
A manned mission to Mars.
Both the Soviets and the Americans have announced eventual flights of men and women to Mars, a world of wonders. Many people have suggested, to save costs and to engage the superpowers in a great shared endeavor, that they explore Mars together. Cooperation could begin slowly to test the waters. The American Mars Observer satellite, due to be launched in 1992, is now planned to relay data from the Soviet Mars Balloon and Mars Lander mission, due to be launched in 1994. The two nations might cooperate with roving vehicles and missions to return samples of Mars back to Earth by the end of the century. And then, perhaps by the first decade of the new millennium, a joint expedition of Americans and Soviets, and Europeans and Japanese and others, to Mars, the first footfall on another planet in human history, the opening of a new age of exploration and discovery. For the near term at least, the next focus of human exploration will be the planet Mars.
And the party celebrating the successful completion of Voyager 2's mission to the outer planets continues. But it's a party of mixed emotions. As you look through this crowd, you'll see lots of smiling faces and happy talk, but you'll also find scientists off in corners by themselves, very serious expressions, reminiscing on the 12 years of the Grand Tour mission.
The solar system. But Voyager's work is far from done. For example, a few months from now, it has the opportunity to look back over its shoulder and photograph many of the planets in the solar system, including some of its previous ports of call. In one opportunity, next March, the planets will be spread out like jewels on velvet. Saturn and Jupiter over there to the right of the sun. To the left of the sun, you can see Mars, that's the red one, Venus, and then over there at the extreme left, you see that little blue dot? That's us. That's the Earth. That's home. A tiny point of light set against the background spangle of the Milky Way. If photographs were taken at much greater distances, the Earth would become fainter and fainter until lost altogether. Long after the last pictures are taken, long after the radioactive power source runs down and Voyager can no longer call home, long after she's broken entirely free of the gravitational shackles that bind her to the sun, the spacecraft will press on at 1,000,000 miles a day. Nothing can stop her. About 20,000 years from now, she's destined to complete her long goodbye to the solar system and make for the open sea of interstellar space. Only then will phase 2 of her mission begin. It was known from the start that the Voyager spacecraft would leave the solar system. It was destined to wander forever in the dark between the stars. So NASA invited a group of us to design a message to be affixed to the spacecraft. The message was intended for any interstellar spacefaring civilization which might one day encounter Voyager. As each of the 2 Voyagers left Earth for the planets and the stars, it took with it this message, a phonograph record encased in a golden mirrored jacket. The record contains greetings in 59 human languages.
Hello from the children of planet
and 1
Earth.
whale language. A 12-minute sound essay of the evolution of life on Earth. 118 pictures and 90 minutes of music, the Earth's greatest hits, East and West, classical and folk, including a Navajo night chant, a pygmy girl's initiation song, a Japanese shakuhachi piece, Bach, Beethoven, and Chuck Berry singing Johnny Be Good. Space is so empty that there's virtually no chance that Voyager will ever enter another solar system, even if every star in the sky is accompanied by planets. The instructions on the record jacket, written in scientific hieroglyphics, can be read and the contents of the record understood only if alien beings, sometime in the remote future, find Voyager in the depths of interstellar space. Escaping from the sun, the Voyagers will circle the center of the Milky Way galaxy forever. And forever is a very long time. So maybe Voyager will, in the far future, be approached by some unimaginably alien civilization. They would wonder what creatures had sent this primitive craft. Being much better scientists and engineers than we, otherwise they'd never find the spacecraft, they would have no difficulty decoding the record cover, examining the pictures, listening to the sounds and music. We do not know how much they would understand.
Au-dessus des étangs, au-dessus des vallées, des montagnes.
They would recognize the tentativeness of our society, the mismatch between our technology and our wisdom. Had we destroyed ourselves since launching Voyager, they would wonder, or had we gone on to greater things? Or perhaps the record will never be intercepted. Then, when humans have become extinct or evolved into other beings, when everything we know and love is gone, when even the continents have unrecognizably changed, indeed when the Earth itself is reduced by the sun's evolution to a charred cinder, Voyager will fly on.
Next, join Archie, Edith, Gloria, and the Meathead.
Johnny be good. Mother told me someday you're gonna be a big man, and you're gonna be the leader of a big man, and you're gonna be the leader of a big old band. Many people coming from miles around to hear you rock when the sun go down. Maybe someday your name will be back in lights and Johnny be good tonight. Everybody, I say go! Go, Johnny, go, go! Go, Johnny, go, go! Go, Johnny, go, go! Go! Hey, Johnny be good! Voyager, way out there past Neptune. Go, Voyager, go. Showing a mini moon. Hey, the place was jumping, going round and round. We're reeling and rocking. What a crazy sound. You know they never stop a rocking. Till the moon went down. Oh, it sounds so sweet. Had to take me a chance. Rose out of my seat. Just had to dance. Started patting my feet. Clapping my hands. Well, the joint started rocking. Reeling round. Reeling and rocking. Crazy sound. They never stop rocking. Till the moon went down. Oh, it sounds so sweet. Had to take me a chance. Rose out of my seat. Just had to dance. Started patting my feet. Mumping my hands. Well, the door started rocking. Round and round. Reeling and rocking. Crazy sound. It never stopped rocking. Till the moon went down. It was 12 o'clock. And the place was packed. Front door was locked, but the side was cracked. When the police knocked, both doors went back. Well, they kept on rocking, round and round, reeling and rocking, crazy sound, reeling and rocking. Till the moon went, whoa, 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 sounds so sweet. Take me a chance. Voyager.
I didn't dare mention anything about these.
Mildred, you mustn't read too much into this. People have been known to sleepwalk for all sorts of reasons.
With a lighted candle and a bouquet of herbs used in satanic rites.
What I've been telling the news people is the truth.
Monica DeGrief is here to discuss increased American aid for Colombia's fight against drug cartels. And as Lucille Newman reports, the drug gangs, meanwhile, are issuing other threats.
Fear for the lives of Colombian judges is escalating following the announcement that it's just a matter of days before one of the drug cartel's major money launderers is extradited to the United States. Eduardo Martinez is the most important of 6 Colombians now under arrest and eligible for extradition. The drug cartels, who in an apparent warning blew up 9 banks in Medellin over the weekend, say they'll assassinate 10 judges for every one of their members sent to the U.S. to stand trial. Morale in the judiciary system is already low amid insistent reports that Justice Minister Monica DeGrief plans to resign. Mrs. DeGrief is in the United States under strict protection because of death threats made against her and her family. While Colombia's army periodically destroys cocaine, it's done little to preserve the lives of those whose job it is to bring traffickers to justice. Those who try usually end up like Judge Maria Diaz, who was assassinated August 1st after signing an arrest order for drug kingpin Pablo Escobar. The Bush administration has allocated $2.5 million in emergency aid to boost security for Colombia's judiciary. That money will be put to the test very soon when the extradition of Colombian drug traffickers to the United States begins. Lucia Newman, Bogota.
Former Congressman Pat.
Today, there were new steps in the war on Colombia's drug dealers. We begin our reports with correspondent Brian Ross.
The police in Israel today began their own investigation of Israeli involvement in the training of drug assassins in Colombia. One of the men, Yair Klein, caught on videotape, along with another Israeli, at a training camp for assassins, were called in for questioning by a special investigations unit of the police. The Israelis, both reserve army officers, have denied that they knew the men they worked for in Colombia were drug bosses. Today, Israeli Prime Minister Yitzhak Shamir made his first public statement on the drug assassin case after answering questions about it before a committee of the parliament.
I couldn't believe it, but we have to investigate, and we will do it.
Today in Bogota, there were reports that last week's assassination of presidential candidate Luis Galan, which so shocked Colombians, was ordered by the same drug boss who paid for the Israelis to come to Colombia to train assassins. The drug boss is Jose Rodriguez Gacha, who now seems to be the #1 target of the crackdown here. Rodriguez Gacha's son has been arrested. Millions of dollars worth of his property has been seized. And most important, the government has found Rodriguez Gacha's safes, and inside found the drug boss's payoff lists of top Colombian judges, journalists, and politicians. NBC News has learned that Colombian President Virgilio Barco has been told by Colombian and American authorities that 2 former cabinet ministers and a current presidential candidate have close ties to the cocaine cartel. Today, in an appeal for worldwide support, Barco said Americans and others who use cocaine have brought on the war in Colombia.
The cartels fight back against our police and military because narcos are protecting a multi-billion-dollar enterprise that is funded by the cocaine habit of some of you which are watching me now.
And today, the Colombian Minister of Justice, who fled the country last Thursday, turned up in Washington under heavy guard to meet with Attorney General Dick Thornburgh. The minister, 32-year-old Monica de Graef, left Colombia after a plot to kill her and her young son was discovered. She reportedly submitted her resignation, but the president has refused to accept it. Despite more bombings over the weekend and the threats that forced the Minister of Justice to flee the country, President Barco continues to push the crackdown against the cocaine cartel. And he is expected in the next few days to sign papers to send an important drug fugitive to the United States to stand trial. Brian Ross, NBC News, Bogota.
But what will all this effort mean for the flow of drugs into the United States, into the streets and schools of cities and suburbs? The results, even if successful, will not come quickly. Robert Hager explains why.
Federal drug agents in the U.S. warn the current crackdown in Colombia will not result in any sudden reduction of cocaine in this country. Charles Guttenson, the Drug Enforcement Administration's chief cocaine investigator.
We, as Americans, should not expect immediate results. There is no quick fix. We have to look at this as a long-term battle, a long-term war, and it's going to take time.
Why? First, because the problem is not confined to Colombia. The Medellin and Cali areas of Colombia grow only 10% of the coca crop that produces the world's cocaine. In Peru, by contrast, the Huallaga Valley grows 60% of the world's supply. And in Bolivia, the Chapare region grows the remaining 30%. The drug bosses who control the trade are in Colombia but can move. An expert on drug operations, consultant Joseph Cuellar.
So if we strictly look at Colombia as the problem, and we close that down, you can virtually grow, process, and send out the drug from Bolivia and or Peru.
Another major problem, there are thousands of traffickers, not just the 12 which the U.S. government has initially targeted. Again, drug agent Guttenson.
There are probably 3,000 or 4,000 traffickers.
And there are hundreds of thousands of farmers in Colombia, Bolivia, and Peru, totally dependent on the money they get for their coca crops. Finally, demand for cocaine in the U.S. is still strong. That's mostly due to the growing popularity of crack. The government says there's more of the drug around than ever before and a plentiful supply in the pipeline. Hardened government drug agents are expecting no instant miracles from the new Colombian drug crackdown. Robert Hager, NBC News, Washington.
And the State Department issued a new warning today telling Americans not to travel to Colombia unless it is on urgent business. It said that as violence and the drug war increases there, Americans could be caught up in it. Also this evening here on NBC Nightly News.
Controversy. As friends and family prepared to lay him to rest, the authorities in Oakland, California prepared to arraign the man who confessed to killing him. Police say they believe 25-year-old Tyrone Robinson shot Newton in a dispute over crack cocaine. During his years with the Black Panther Party, Newton's run-ins with the law were frequent. Police say that in recent years he had a history of drug abuse. But many of those who attended the funeral today dispute the police account of Newton's death, portraying him as a victim of the white establishment.
I think that it's the complete assassination that was started 20 years ago.
The guest list at the funeral read like a who's who of black revolutionaries. H. Rap Brown, who now calls himself Imam Jamil Abdullah Al-Amin. Angela Davis.
Huey Newton, symbolizes a whole era in the quest for African-American equality.
And inside the church, a warm welcome for Bobby Seale, who founded the Black Panthers with Newton in 1966.
Power to the people, brothers and sisters.
To his friends, Huey Newton is regarded as a hero, not a lawbreaker. And they want him remembered for the way he lived, not the way he died. George Lewis, NBC News, Oakland, California.
As Huey Newton is buried today, nearly 2,000 people were at the Allen Temple Baptist Church this morning.
And many of the original Black Panthers were among the mourners today. In fact, one mourner was heard to say, "We're here to celebrate his life, not to discuss his death." News Center 4's Belva Davis was in Oakland for the funeral of Black Panther co-founder Huey P. Newton and is here now with more on the story. Belva?
Bob and Sylvia, it was an emotional farewell for a man who, for better or worse, symbolized the black struggle for self-determination during the 60s and 70s. Attending the services today were the royalty of the Black Power movement of that time. Oakland gave a state funeral to a revolutionary today, Huey Percy Newton, the controversial co-founder of the Black Panther Party for self-defense. More than 2,000 people waited for up to 3 hours for a seat at the Allen Temple Baptist Church in East Oakland. The crowd filled the church and an adjoining hall. It was a service of celebration for what Newton accomplished in his struggle to give power to blacks. The recurring theme was a call not to let those outside the black community determine Newton's place in history. Bobby Seale donned his Panther beret for his remarks.
The spirit of Huey P. Newton. You know, the spirit of Huey P. Newton was greater than the man's technology. And what he meant by that, you, the people spirit, the spirit of the people, was always greater than the man's technology. Power to the people, brothers and sisters.
But there were also repeated references to his brushes with the law and his bouts with drugs. The service took on the feel of a political rally when a power failure forced the use of a bullhorn.
So our correct focus is to deal with the solution not only to Huey's problem, but what is America's problem, and that's drugs.
Party leader Elaine Brown introduced Johnny Spain, the former Panther who spent 21 years in jail following a bloody shootout at San Quentin Prison over a decade ago. Former radical H. Rap Brown is now a black Muslim minister. He came from Atlanta for the service. Congressman Ron Dellum, still mourning for his friend, Texas Representative Mickey Leland, who died in a plane crash recently, called on the audience to take their grievance to Washington.
And this is the most propitious moment to stand up, not to take a march to Washington for one day, but to go to Washington for the long haul. Bush said to the Chinese government, "I am sorry that you didn't negotiate with the Chinese students. Why don't hundreds of thousands of you go to Washington, D.C. and say, negotiate with me to end poverty, drug addiction, human resources."
Glide Church's Reverend Cecil Williams led the audience in "We Shall Overcome" as the casket was wheeled from the church. Of course, this is not the end to the Newton story. There's still the trial of the man Tyrone Robinson, accused of gunning Newton down following a drug dispute. But in spite of the cloudy ending to his life, clearly his death has ignited a spark in the black community, which says it's now time to fight harder in the war against drugs as well as against racism. Bob, Sylvia?
It strikes me as so many names that used to be household words.
I know, and it was interesting to see the young people there being introduced to these people today, seeing them as idols and wanting to get to know them.
Well, I think this next story reflects the occasion. Outside the church, crowds began to gather early this morning. Thousands of people tried to get into a building that held only 1,200 chairs. News Center 4's Vic Lee has more.
Me, but unto all souls.
Mourners gathered to pay their respect to former Black Panther leader Huey Newton. Lillian Combs came all the way from Nevada.
I mean, I'm lucky, okay, that we had people like Huey, you know, Jesse Jackson, Dr. King. I mean, now there's no black heroes.
By 10 o'clock, the chapel doors closed, leaving a huge crowd to listen to the service on loudspeakers outside. VIPs, including Congressman Ron Dellums, activist H-Rap Brown, and football star Jim Brown, were ushered in through the back. The activists agreed. Newton symbolizes an era for the black movement.
As we mourn him, we celebrate the legacy that he left us of struggle and resistance.
He challenged American society like most folks did not. And so therefore, he will go down in history as one of our most important black leaders who tried to turn the time clock of America as fast as possible, but America could not accept.
Just before the service started, the crowd outside grew restless, trying to get in the gate. Former Black Panther founder Bobby Seale came outside to quiet them.
Everyone just cannot get in, and I would appreciate it very much, me, old brother Bobby Seale, for you please to try to work with the monitors and the other people who are trying to see to it that we have an orderly processional session, as Huey would have even loved the session.
During the funeral service, as the crowd grew, they took to the streets, marching and chanting. Angry protesters blamed the FBI for Newton's murder. After more than 3 hours, the crowd got their first glimpse of Newton's casket. Activists promised that while Newton is dead, the black movement he began will live on. In Oakland, Vic Lee, News Center 4.
The man accused of killing Huey Newton appeared in an Oakland courtroom this afternoon. Police say 25-year-old Tyrone Robinson has confessed he shot Newton last Tuesday in self-defense during an argument over cocaine. He faces murder and weapons charges. Robinson had no plea today, but he did have support in the courtroom.
Personally used a firearm.
Robinson's attorney says that he will enter a plea on September 5th.
News Center 4's Austin Longscott has spent much of his 25 years as a reporter covering civil rights issues and the Black Panthers. His thoughts tonight now on the passing of Huey Newton.
Huey Newton's feeling for the streets was both his genius and his downfall. He grew up seeing terrible social problems on the streets of West Oakland. His Black Panther Party fought on the streets to politicize people and show them there was a way to fight those problems. And he died on the streets, a victim of one of today's worst street problems, the violence around crack cocaine. The streets that made Huey Newton's death a truly American tragedy threatened so many black youngsters that black leaders have been warning for several years about the loss of an entire generation. Too many black parents have been forced to give up hope. The problems of gangs, guns, narcotics, drive-by shootings, unemployment, homelessness, lousy public schools, and rotten housing are too much for them. They feel powerless to protect their kids against a vicious outside world. And with good reason. There are 8 million more poor people now than there were 10 years ago, and the streets of poor neighborhoods are more dangerous than ever. These dangers are not allowed to inundate the streets of Piedmont or North Berkeley or Richmond's Hilltop area or Pacific Heights. Huey Newton's journey through life generated much admiration and inspiration, as well as much hatred and condemnation. His life is now finished, but finishing his vision is up to us. He knew the streets, and still the streets got him. How much chance do today's kids have out there? And how do we help them, as Huey Newton tried to help all of us?
The baby-beaked whale.
Government of Colombia, besieged by warring drug cartels, appealed for more help from the U.S. and the world. Colombia's Justice Minister, Monica de Grief, arrived in Washington, first to rumors that she'd resigned under death threats from the cartels. Later, her government and the Bush administration said she had not resigned, but was in Washington discussing help in the drug war. Colombian President Virgilio Barco delivered a speech by satellite, asking other nations to help.
The narco-traffickers must come to understand that they are taking on all of you when they attack us, that we are not fighting them alone. They must understand that they are international fugitives on the run from civilized society everywhere.
Barco's appeal followed more evidence that the drug cartels meant business when they declared war on his government for threatening to extradite leading drug traffickers to U.S. courts. In Medellin, headquarters of the cartels and cocaine manufacturer, 10 banks were blown up. The bombs caused extensive damage to 7 branches of the government-owned Banco Cafetero and 3 branches of private banks. 1 young man was killed, apparently while planting one of the bombs. After the news summary, we'll talk with Attorney General Dick Thornburgh, who met with Colombia's Justice Minister this afternoon. Judy?
In Poland, Solidarity leader Lech Walesa said today he plans to ask Polish workers not to go on strike for at least the next 6 months in order to give the... We go first now to the Colombian drug story. As we reported, Colombian President Virgilio Barco today called on other nations to join the fight against the powerful drug lords of the Medellin cartel. He warned that the cartel threatens the very existence of Colombia as a democracy. Here is an excerpt from President Barco's unusual televised appeal to the world.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am choosing this unusual means to speak directly to you because of the tragic events we have suffered in Colombia. This is an appeal for your understanding and your support. A young senator and presidential candidate, Luis Carlos Galán, as you saw on your televisions, was viciously gunned down by hitmen from the narcotics cartel who are at war with our country. His cruel death put our whole country in mourning, but it also united us in our resolve to destroy this worldwide criminal enterprise. He was the latest of thousands of Colombian martyrs who have given their lives in the fight against drugs. They are your heroes too, because this is a common enemy and a common war. We may have borne the brunt of the violence, but it does not stop at our borders. The cartels fight back against our police and military because narcos are protecting a multi-billion-dollar enterprise that is funded by the cocaine habit of some of you which are watching me now. Those of you who depend on cocaine have created the largest, most vicious criminal enterprise the world has ever known. What might seem to be a matter of a pure personal habit has had explosive public consequences. It has thrown us all into a war we did not ask for. Colombia's survival as the oldest democracy in Latin America is now at risk, but also is the safety of your streets. Thousands of Colombians have died at the hands of the cartel, killed because they will not give into the intimidation or bribery. The cartel must know that their fight is not with us alone. The world is united in its outrage and in solidarity with us in what we are doing. The narco-traffickers must come to understand that they are taking on all of you when they attack us, that we are not fighting them alone. They must understand that they are international fugitives on the run from civilized society everywhere. There is no home for them. There should be no market for them. Over the last several days, we have had close cooperation with the United States in developing an emergency package of aid and assistance. I want to express my gratitude to President Bush and the American people for their strong support. In this regard, $65 million in emergency assistance, including 20 helicopters, aircraft, and other equipment, is being made available to Colombia. Of course, even more important than our joint effort to reduce supply are your efforts to cut demand. We can never finally destroy the narco traffic while the illegal profits remain so great. Somewhere, some country, if not Colombia, then somewhere else, will continue to be terrorized by drug cartels until people stop using these illegal drugs. The time will come when our shared torment will be lifted, when respect for one another, justice and freedom will prevail. That day will come. If we do not waver in our conviction, if we are all willing to stand up to these menaces, if we do not despair, let us vow to each do our part so that these brave Colombians will not have died in vain. Together, we can rid the world of this scourge.
President Barco's Justice Minister, Monica de Graef, was in Washington today to talk with U.S. officials about the anti-drug fight. U.S. government officials went out of their way today to deny reports she had resigned after receiving death threats. For more on the drug war, we turn now to the top U.S. law enforcement official, Attorney General Dick Thornburgh. Mr. Attorney General, thank you for being with us. That's an extraordinary appeal for the president of another country to make, speaking in English to American citizens, among others. Why do you think he did that?
Well, it was a very eloquent appeal and made by a man of considerable courage, considering what's happened in Colombia in recent weeks. It's quite clear that President Barco sees the current situation as a real turning point for his country. They must either face down these thugs who've attempted to take over their country, or they face a prolonged period of utter chaos. And I believe his appeal to the world community is designed to enlist the support that's necessary for them to be able to accomplish this, for they can't do it on their own.
Well, do you think he was really trying to reach drug users? I mean, he said to those, some of you who are listening who use drugs. I mean, do you think that's really literal?
I hope he was, because it's about time that we recognize where a major portion of the responsibility for the violence that exists in Colombia and the violence that exists in many of our communities here in the United States. Every cocaine sniffer and crack smoker in this country has to take some of the responsibility for the loss of life and the erosion of the governmental institutions in Colombia.
Do you agree with his point that cutting demand is more important than any effort to reduce supply?
I think that we have to look at this, as I believe the President will stress in his speech next week, as a comprehensive approach.
President Bush.
Yes. It's very difficult to weigh the factors, but it's not difficult at all to figure out that a strong law enforcement effort has to be complemented by an equally strong commitment to reducing the appetite, the consumption of drugs in this country and worldwide. And I think one of the promising factors is the world attention that is focused on this problem. In the last year, I've had conversations with 36 of my counterparts in the law enforcement community around the world. And as the drug appetite in other countries increases, as the violence that accompanies it inevitably increases, more and more countries are cognizant of the fact that they can't deal with this problem on their own any more than we can, and it takes an international effort.
But here's the president of a country that you just announced last week we were giving, the White House just announced last week we were giving $65 million worth of military aid to anti-tank weapons, helicopters, grenade launchers, to the president of this country who's now saying that it's more important to aim at the demand than it is to cut the supply.
I'm not sure he was saying it was more important. I think he's saying it's equally important. In economics, the first thing we learn is about the law of supply and demand. And if there were no appetite for drugs in this country primarily, but around the world, there'd be no market for these billion-dollar narco traffickers. And clearly, while we have to keep the heat on them, we have to supply and support our Colombian counterparts in their efforts to confiscate and seize the assets of the traffickers and arrest them. And we have to undertake efforts to extradite them for trial to this country when they're taken into custody. In the long run, it is a problem of attacking the demand side. And to do that in this country is going to take a concerted effort by all of us.
You met, as we mentioned, with Colombia's Justice Minister, Ms.
Yes.
de Graef, today. What did you talk about? What was she asking for? What is Colombia asking for beyond what we've already given?
Well, it was a working session, Judy. We got down to the specifics of the kinds of things that we can do to help Colombia. We looked at some of the details of the decree that President Barco issued last week in connection with their law enforcement efforts in cooperation with our own law enforcement efforts.
You mean the extradition arrangements?
Secondly, we discussed our commitment to help in the protection of their judiciary and the reestablishment of the rule of law. Judges, prosecutors, police officers, public officials have not only been intimidated but assassinated on a regular basis, and we're going to work with them and with other countries who have had experience in dealing with this kind of terroristic assault on their system.
What do you mean? You mean when beefing up security for these
Beefing up
people?
security, providing training for judges and security officials, providing the hardware that's necessary.
You mean training them to duck, or I mean what?
Training them to see in the conduct of their daily lives what pitfalls are there. I mean, there are countries who've had a lot of experience in this regard. Fortunately, not in the United States, although we have contingency plans in this regard. But in recent months, Italian law enforcement authorities have had to deal with the Sicilian mafia, Spanish law enforcement authorities who've dealt with the terrorists and the Basque separatist movement from the United Kingdom who've dealt with the Provisional Irish Republican Army. The attack on the system is unfortunately not a rare phenomenon in this world, and it's I think, as President Barco suggested, time for all of us who are concerned about the rule of law and the sanctity of the system that we've established to administer justice to pull together.
You all made a point today of saying, the U.S. administration, the Colombian administration made a point today of saying that Ms. de Graef had not resigned, that she was remaining in her position. I mean, it's your understanding that she will remain, is that right?
We had no discussions about her future. She was here to do business, and we did business, and she was accompanied by military and law enforcement personnel, and as I said, it was a working session.
How much danger is she in?
Well, the track record of the terrorists affiliated with the narcotic traffickers in Colombia is pretty discouraging in that regard. One of her predecessors was assassinated earlier in this decade. A predecessor as Attorney General, about 50 judges, half of the Supreme Court. I mean,
is she in danger when she's here in Washington? I mean, is she...
I think anyone in authority today who has the courage to stand up to the narco-traffickers is almost by definition in danger, and they deserve all the more credit and thanks from the world at large for their efforts in view of that danger.
And what about when she goes back to Colombia? You're saying the situation hasn't changed, that she's still threatened when she goes home.
I would expect so, and that's why I think we want to undertake every effort we can to provide for the kind of protection for people who are exposed to this kind of activity as we can.
You said in an interview a week or so ago that the Bush administration would consider sending troops to Colombia because of this whole drug crisis down there. Just today, Newsweek magazine and a Gallup poll came out with a report that 53% of the people surveyed would support sending American troops to a foreign country to help interdict in a drug flow. What does that say to you? I mean, does that say to you that that there's more support out there than you realized? And will the administration look at this again?
I think one thing that has to be emphasized, as the President made clear, is that any use of our military option has to be predicated on a request from the host country. There's never been any suggestion, responsible suggestion that I have heard, to send troops in unilaterally. We have provided military aid to the Colombians in the package that the President sent forward last week. But clearly our preference is, and the current preference of the Colombian government, is to support them in their efforts. And they've indicated that they're willing to go a long way toward stepping up their own law enforcement and military efforts, and they deserve our support. No one is suggesting that, as the popular phrase goes, we should send in the Marines. And there's a great deal of sensitivity on our part about Colombian sovereignty and the need to work with them rather than imposing some kind of solution. But you said,
as I say, a week or so ago that that was something worth considering.
I said if we had a request from the host country, we would certainly have to consider it. And I think the President indicated that as well. We've had no such request, and we're certainly not going to proceed on our own in that regard.
And if the request came down, you would recommend giving it a serious look?
Well, I think it's implicit in the fact that if a country that is under siege asks for assistance, the President would give it serious request. But that's all hypothetical at the moment, and I think what we have to do is concentrate on the task at hand, which is supporting the Colombians in their effort to take back their country.
Well, how much more can the U.S. do? $65 million has already been pledged by the President. As we mentioned, helicopters, anti-tank weapons. We are assisting in the extradition, the legal process. You mentioned we're providing security assistance to the members of the Colombian judiciary. What more can the administration do? The President's going to make a speech, what, a week from tomorrow night? What more can we do?
Well, we went through the strategy that the Colombians are following, and it's really in three parts. Number one is to arrest and incapacitate as much of the drug cartel by seizing their assets and profits as they can in their current crackdown. Secondly, they are opening the window of extradition, as it were, for us to obtain jurisdiction over cartel leaders who face criminal charges in this country. They have to be taken into custody first, but we're processing the first of those extradition requests right now. The third, most important, and the toughest task that they've undertaken, and where they need the support of the world community, is to reestablish their own system of justice. Because in the long run, that's going to be the only salvation for the country. And we can help in every one of those regards, and I'm sure when I report to the President tomorrow on my meeting with Justice Minister Monica de Graaf that he will have a ready ear and will be able to participate in helping the Colombians in a very, very important task to all of us.
Mr. Attorney General, we thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
Robin?
Now, two additional perspectives. Joining us from Chicago is Peter Bensinger, who served 3 presidents as the administrator of the Drug Enforcement Administration from 1976 to 81. He currently advises corporations on controlling drug abuse in the workplace. And Bruce Bagley, a specialist in Colombian drug issues and an associate professor of Latin American affairs at the University of Miami in Florida. He joins us from Miami. Mr. Bensinger, how do you think the Bush administration has responded to the latest events in Colombia?
Well, I think we have a turning point opportunity in the United States. President Barco's message was tremendously moving and very important, but we are contributing principally because of drug use in America to the violence in Colombia. So we need, number one, user accountability. That is, people using illegal drugs in this country held accountable, punished, jail terms, fines, disincentives, so that there is a realistic reduction in use in this country.
Do you
we
think
can't just talk about it. We have to do something about it.
Do you think the administration is underemphasizing that aspect of it so far?
I think the new strategy will very clearly outline a need for user accountability. I think the second point the U.S. has to do is recognize that the $63 million is a drop in the bucket. This is not a one-time, one-shot aid and assistance issue. We need long-term, regional Latin American assistance. Colombia, which has been the source of most of the violence and most of the cocaine, has been receiving about $5 million a year in aid from this country to cope with a $50 billion problem. We've not really looked long-term at helping the Colombians. I think we have to recognize that as the cartels get pressure, they'll move their money, their mercenaries, and their people in laboratories to other countries. So we should anticipate helping Peru, Bolivia, Ecuador, and Central America so they don't have to go through the tragedy and violence and intimidation that Colombia is suffering. And finally, I think we need to look at the source of the drugs in America. 95% of them come from Latin America. And our State Department, our whole government and Congress, I think traditionally has been looking east and west. We need to recognize this is a hemispheric problem, and probably the most important war in this century, certainly in the last 50 years, is the war on drugs.
50 years includes the Second World War.
I think we've got our country's future at stake. And the Second World War was obviously an important turning point in democracy and people being able to exercise their own free rights. President Barco is right. When we take away the oldest democracy in Latin America's ability to have a free election, to have their judges act, you're talking about a major challenge to the rule of law and citizens' ability to govern themselves. The problem is not Colombia's, it's all of ours, and these cartels go from Bogota right up to Boston.
Professor Bagley, do you think $63 million, which the Bush administration has come up with in emergency aid, is a drop in the bucket, that a great deal more is needed?
Well, I think the Bush administration should be congratulated for finally taking at least the beginning of the action that's necessary. Yeah, it's a small amount versus the needs that Colombia has. In the short term, I think it's an excellent thing to have done, but I couldn't agree more. I think that this is a medium and long-term problem. The United States is going to have to sustain aid at much higher levels than it has in the past to have any real impact.
And you would look for some reference to that in the president's big anti-drug speech next week?
Well, I certainly hope so. I think that throughout the Reagan administration we saw rising budgets for the war on drugs, but I think much of that money was misspent. I think that the continued emphasis on interdiction, which captures between 3 and 10% of the drugs entering the country, is fundamentally mistaken. We need to spend far more than we have in the past on the so-called source or producing countries such as Colombia, Peru, Bolivia, Mexico, many of the Caribbean islands. And it's going to have to be sustained over a lengthy period of time. Anyone who thinks that this war against drugs is going to end tomorrow or next year is sadly mistaken. This is going to be a decades-long war.
You know Colombia very well. Would you answer something that arouses my curiosity? Colombia is a big and prosperous country which has its own armed forces. Why would sending 20 helicopters, for instance, make that much difference to Colombia? It must have lots of helicopters if it chose to take its army's helicopters and put them into the, chasing the drug kingpins. Explain that to me. Why suddenly $65 million in boats and helicopters and machine guns and things is suddenly so important?
Colombia is a large country. It's got 30 million population. It's the 4th largest national territory in the region. And clearly the Colombian military, which has a standing army of some 60,000 individuals, is a fairly large body. The territory is, however, extensive. There are many areas of the Colombian territory that are not controlled at all by the national government. They have for years been sadly lacking in the more sophisticated high-tech equipment. Helicopters are very expensive, repairs are extremely expensive, skilled mechanics are necessary, so that I don't think your assumption that there are enough helicopters operating in Colombia is correct. Beyond that, Colombia has not a single problem with violence. It's not simply drug traffickers that the government of Colombia confronts. There are at least 5 active guerrilla organizations, left-wing guerrilla organizations, with combined combatants of 8,000 to 10,000. The military has a principal mission in that area. There's also arisen over the last several years right-wing paramilitary organizations in Colombia. Some call them death squads, private armies in the pay of the narcotraficantes. In that sense, the Colombian military has its hands full, and it needs all the equipment and the support that it can get from the United States. I do, however, think that there is an overemphasis in the United States on the impact that military solutions can have on this problem. The military has an important role, as do the police, but I don't think that we've seen in the past, nor will we see in the future, that the Colombian military is going to be able to match the firepower of the narcotraficantes.
Mr. Bensinger, what is your view of the Attorney General said that the use of U.S. forces would only be appropriate and only considered if it were invited by Colombia. Do you sense behind all this that we're heading towards some invitation from a desperate Colombian government for the use of U.S. forces?
I don't. I think President Barco's invitation was to have the American government really try to police its own streets and reduce the demand. I think they'd like to have more equipment and need it. I think they probably and their neighbors would look to receiving crop substitution, credits for balance of payment, incentives to export legitimate crops rather than a division of Marines.
The sort of things we did in Bolivia, I believe it was, a few years ago, but did send U.S. forces to implement.
Well, the Bolivian Operation Blast Furnace was a specific situation in which helicopters came in and did provide, I think, very quick, fast reacting equipment and some officers to deal with a problem in that country. I think in Colombia, our resources would be better in training and intelligence, finding out where the money is moving, where the labs are located, where the narcotic traffickers and cartels are located. Though I don't think Dick Thornburg's reservation about sending troops is misplaced. I think if the Colombian government finds itself in need of people, literally police and law enforcement armies, a regional deployment, including U.S. troops, could well be provided. But I would think that would be a last resort.
What's your view on that, Professor Bagley?
I think the idea of sending American troops to Colombia is really quite foolhardy. The United States troops don't speak Spanish. They don't know the terrain. They would provoke a nationalist sentiment against the United States throughout the country. They would provide an easy target not only for the narcotraficantes, but also for the guerrilla organizations in that country. I think that altogether it's the wrong approach. What we need to be doing in Colombia and in many other Latin American countries is to provide the economic aid that's necessary to begin with. But this is a long-term struggle, and it's going to require serious efforts at institution building. In Colombia, on a multilateral level, the United States has a role to play. The Colombian justice system is virtually in collapse right now. It needs to be strengthened, and that's not a long-term problem, that's a short-term problem. We need to provide armored cars. We need to provide computer systems to computerize the legal system in Colombia. We need to provide protection for judges. We need to provide bodyguards, better trained, who are capable of dealing with the kinds of problems that they're going to confront in Colombia. We need to invent better systems for the rotation of judges and judges' anonymity. We need witness protection programs that perhaps might involve the United States. There are a variety of institutional aspects that must be addressed in the Colombian situation.
And would those be, excuse me interrupting, would those be some of the things that the Lady Justice Minister would have been discussing with Thornburg today? Would that be like?
I'm sure that Monica Greff has been discussing exactly those kinds of of problems, and looking for something more than the $2 million that the Department of Justice has promised to help support this kind of effort.
Finally, let me ask each of you quickly, do you have much confidence, starting with you, Professor Bagley, that the decree by the President that he's going to reinstate the extradition policy sort of over and above the political system, is that going to work, or is he going to be overruled in the end? What would you think?
I think it's entirely possible that the Colombian justice system could, in fact, overrule that in the end. The Supreme Court of Colombia on 2 separate occasions has struck down previous extradition treaties. The President is moving very rapidly in ways that may well not stand up in court. But beyond that, I think that extradition is only one very small part of a much larger problem. You could extradite 10 or 100. Carlos Lea has already been extradited, and there are many other Colombian narcos that are willing to fill his shoes. People are waiting in line because the industry is extremely profitable. So you take the profits out of the industry, there'll still be other narcos willing to take the risks.
Professor Bagley and Mr. Bensinger, thank you both for joining us. Judy?
Ahead on the NewsHour, a look at the hotbed of conservatism on the West Coast and a Jim Fisher essay, who feel the organization is too ideological for the academic environment. Spencer Michaels of public station KQED in San Francisco has this report.
The Hoover Tower stands out on the Stanford University landscape more than many professors at Stanford like. The tower is headquarters for the Hoover Institution of War, Revolution, and Peace, a think tank where all appears to be tranquil and academic.
Things that are being now said in the Soviet Union. Yeah. But one man has not been attacked on Dropov, is that correct?
Every afternoon, some of the Hoover scholars gather to share coffee, cookies, and conversation.
If they simply wanted to encourage entrepreneurship, hard work, etc., they would simply allow people to keep their profits.
There are 80 fellows in residence, plus about 50 a year who visit. They labor mostly in the social sciences.
Even the peasants don't know how to work.
Oh, well, now,
and it's hard work to change a whole population back. This has been said by all these people in Moscow.
But the restrained intellectual ambience is deceiving. Much of the talk these days is of the war on campus. The institution's director, Glenn Campbell, claims Hoover is under siege by the university.
It's a takeover attempt, pure and simple.
Untrue, say university officials, who insist Stanford has no ambitions to take over the Hoover Institution or any of its facilities. Provost James Ross.
I, for one, would throw my body on the road to prevent that.
But there is a dispute about how appropriate it is for a think tank with a conservative political reputation to be linked to a prominent university. Stanford history professor John Manley.
It involves the university necessarily in political activity and calls into danger our legitimacy and our claim for being a place that pursues education, not actively pushing lines.
Herbert Hoover founded the institution in 1919, nearly a decade before he became president. It began not as a think tank, but as a library and archive.
We rank as the best comparative library in the 20th century in the world. In our fields of interest, Africa, Middle East, Latin America, East Asia, Western Europe, Eastern Europe, Soviet Union.
The archives include such rare items as the Tsar's secret police book of suspected revolutionaries and General Joe Stilwell's World War II diary, a collection of posters and handbills from the Russian Revolution, and the collected papers of hundreds of actors on the world stage, including Ronald Reagan when he was governor of California. The institution, as it operates today, is mostly the brainchild of Dr. Glenn Campbell, an economist who became director of Hoover in 1960 and moved into Herbert Hoover's old office in the tower. He raised millions of dollars and brought to the institution scholars in history, politics, and economics, many of whom were to gain national influence when Ronald Reagan became president.
So Milton Friedman's been influential, in my opinion. Dr. Martin Anderson's been influential. Dr. Teller's been...
Those Hoover Fellows, plus others, including Dr. Campbell himself, have given the institution a conservative reputation. Campbell is not shy about his links with Reagan and other highly placed Republican officials.
Anything else I was supposed to...
Recently, former Attorney General Edwin Meese became a distinguished visiting fellow at Hoover, along with former Secretary of State George Shultz. The well-publicized conservative positions taken by those and other Hoover scholars who have been appointed to positions in Republican administrations have earned Hoover the disdain of liberals like Manley.
What does a political think tank do? It helps elect candidates. It staffs successful candidates in their administration. It attempts to shape and influence public opinion. And all of those are highly political, highly visible activities.
Manley argues that those activities are out of place when sanctioned by a politically committed institution like Hoover, which is linked to Stanford University. So he and Professor Ronald Rebholz have led the effort to evict Hoover from the Palo Alto campus.
But the essential objection, I think, is that a politically active think tank and a nonpartisan university make a bad marriage, okay? There's a fundamental incompatibility between the mission of one and the mission of the other. The mission of a university is education. The mission of Hoover is political.
They are an institutional component that pushes a political line. I mean, what would you say to the English department of Stanford University if it came out as a department as opposed to a group of individuals for a particular candidate? I think you would say that was completely out of keeping with the mission of the English department, which is the pursuit of the truth about literature.
Manley and Rebholz argue that the mission of the institution, as defined by Herbert Hoover himself, is to demonstrate the evils of the doctrine of Karl Marx. They believe that even if some scholars don't pay much attention to that notion, it sets the tone for much of their research, which often focuses on the dangers of communism and the benefits of free enterprise.
You've all just been reading Shakespeare's Tempest.
But fewer than 100 of Stanford's 1,200 faculty members have signed a petition drawn up by Rebholz and Manley to sever the Hoover-Stanford ties. The chairman of the history department argues that a public policy center does not pollute a university.
The advantages of having them there are much greater than the inevitable strains that exist.
What is the advantage of having this policy institute here?
Well, I think it's an advantage in having an interaction between people who are concerned with particular interests and people who do research on more general disciplinary grounds.
If you're going to have a voice in the state or national arena, you're going to be heard as speaking with a semi-partisan voice. And that's one of the challenges of finding how or whether that kind of organization can exist within a university like Stanford. I happen to believe that it can. I think the jury's still out on the question, but I wouldn't be putting as much energy into solving those kinds of problems as I am if I didn't think that were the case.
Hoover scholars who mostly toil alone, studying and writing, are not all conservatives. About half are Democrats of various stripes. Nevertheless, Hoover defenders believe that it is the conservative image of the institution that has brought on the attacks.
Hoover and the people at Hoover are very much in favor of a wide spectrum of debate and of maximizing free speech and free intellectual research. I don't think you find anybody at Hoover who's saying, let's get the liberals out of Stanford.
Meese and some of his new Hoover colleagues say it is the faculty liberals who are trying to stifle free speech.
It's a small clique of ultra-liberals or leftists that seem to think that they want to decide for themselves the limited parameters within which debate can take place. And I don't think that's what an academic institution is all about.
We only look conservative because a part of the rest of the university leans so far to the left. So the tower is straight up.
From there, the fight gets nastier. Hoover fellows are aghast that Stanford lost the chance to get Ronald Reagan's presidential papers placed on campus. And they blame the faculty liberals for frightening the former president away.
They attacked Mr. Reagan and they opposed him in the election. They really didn't want his papers here. The public policy aspect was part of it because they didn't want an independent public policy institute such as Hoover. They wanted under faculty governance. But it was also, they didn't want a Republican president's papers here.
How did you react?
Well, I'm a scholar. I'm furious. I'm a Democrat as well.
It was an effort by Glenn Campbell to aggrandize even more than he already has aggrandized by having his friend Ronald Reagan's library here, further cementing the relationship between Stanford and conservative causes, further endangering the reputation of the university.
Liberals also claim Hoover's conservative reputation keeps graduate students away from Stanford.
A lot of graduate students in English gave second and third thoughts about coming to Stanford University precisely because they perceive Stanford University to be a conservative institution. And why did they perceive that? Because of that tower over there, because of the Hoover Institution.
Stanford is always boasting about the large number of applications they have in relation to the admissions. I wish they'd make up their mind.
The conservative image of the think tank may also have had a detrimental effect on the use of the archives and the library.
I found that there are people who will not even come over to use the library because they feel that it's somehow part of the Policy Center and doesn't reflect a scholarly resource that's independent and open to the public, which of course it is. And I think that this sort of damaging of the reputation of the Library of Archives is a very harmful thing.
While Hoover's conservative reputation may decrease use of its library, Hoover Fellow and Nobel Prize-winning economist Milton Friedman insists that it is the liberal reputation of Stanford that actually costs the university money.
Stanford's left-wing reputation has frightened away a great many people I've talked to who might have wanted to contribute funds to Stanford.
Friedman is also angry that Stanford will seldom make joint appointments to the university faculty for Hoover scholars, a perceived slap in the face that also annoys Campbell.
The professors in these departments don't like competition. They don't want the students to be exposed to another point of view. They want to indoctrinate them.
There's no argument that says, that makes sense to me at least, that simply because they have publications there, they ought to become faculty members of Stanford through the back door. That eliminates the autonomy of the departments in their hiring processes, and I don't think you're going to find many faculty who want to give that power up. It's about the only thing we've got left.
Some faculty members have attacked the impartiality of Hoover scholars, and that in turn has brought counterattacks from Hoover on the qualification of Stanford's professors. Campbell calls some of them undistinguished.
They shouldn't spend all their time attacking us. They should spend their time writing books.
Reluctantly, Campbell himself will soon retire after 30 years at the helm. The president of the Stanford Board of Trustees thinks that may temper the dispute.
There will be a new director on September 1 of this year.
And you think that'll essentially solve the problem?
I certainly hope so. With the right leadership here, these two institutions can really flourish working together.
Nevertheless, tensions appear to be inevitable between a politically active think tank with a conservative patina and a university with a liberal faculty that espouses impartiality.
At the church's gate, former Black Panther leader Bobby Seale pleaded for calm.
For you please to try to work with the monitors and the other people.
Many of those entering the East Oakland church were well-known faces from the Black Power movement of the 60s and 70s, like Angela Davis, H. Rap Brown, and former Black Panther leader Elaine Brown.
What's it mean to the community?
I'm hoping it'll mean some unity. I'm hoping it'll mean the raising up of his spirit, and I'm hoping it'll mean that people will be renewed and realize that we don't need counter-revolutionary fratricide, but we need to come together as a people.
Throughout the 3.5-hour-long service, politicians and civic leaders acknowledged the unparalleled series of highs and lows in Newton's life.
The spirit of Huey, indeed, is greater than Huey. As long as there are hungry people, as there are homeless people, as there are victims of racism, sexism, and all the other isms that oppress us, that spirit will live on forever.
And on the streets of Oakland, a cry of Huey lives reverberated as Newton inspired a demonstration in death just as he had in life. Grieving family members were led from the church as his body was taken away for a private family burial. Belva Davis, News Center 4, Oakland.
After that funeral, a few hundred people joined together for a community remembrance of Huey Newton. It was a simple gathering, just some food and music for many of those who were at the service and for those who just needed a hot meal. It was sponsored, by the way, by the West Oakland District Council and Glide Memorial Church and took place in the very neighborhood where Huey Newton grew up. There, of course, is still the business of who killed Huey Newton, and the man accused of that was in court. 25-year-old Tyrone Robinson appeared before an Oakland judge, but he did not enter a plea. Robinson is charged with first-degree murder. Police say Robertson admits he did it, killing Newton after a drug deal gone bad. Robinson will be back in court September the 5th. It's still a long shot, but Marine experts are still at it, trying to...
Killing him made his first appearance in court. Police say 25-year-old Tyrone Robinson has confessed to the crime, but today in municipal court, he did not enter a plea. The judge has scheduled that for September 5th. Robinson is being held under unusually tight security. Lauren?
Tonight at Marine World in Vallejo, the fight to save 2 beaked whales is in full swing. The baby whales are beating all the odds, but...
Far, Colombian President Virgilio Barco has ruled out using American troops. A Colombian national here in the U.S. doesn't see a change of heart.
And there is a very strong nationalist feeling in Colombia. That's made Colombia different from probably any other Latin American country. And any attempt of putting soldiers, foreign soldiers from any other nationality in Colombia will be very bad taken by the population.
Padilla says Colombians will turn against their government's drug war if U.S. troops are called in. The idea drew a mixed reaction on Bay Area streets.
I think the U.S. should do something about the drug problem in America. Yeah, but I don't think they should do anything about it in other countries.
I think the drug battle should be defeated anywhere we possibly can.
Including sending troops?
You betcha.
You're going into somebody else's country there, you see. Whether you're invited or not, you'll still be going to somebody's country, and that can lead to escalations, and you know how that goes.
And experts say aiming just at Colombia won't do the trick. That's where the drug is processed, but it's grown in Peru and Bolivia, shipped out through Venezuela, Panama, and Mexico. Instead, they say the U.S. should look closer to home.
The main cause of this whole problem is American users, U.S. users. It's not the Medellin cartel, which is simply supplying what we provide as a market. And the primary way to stop any kind of a drug problem is to stop people from using it.
The American public apparently agrees. The Newsweek poll also found that Americans, although they support sending troops to Colombia, believe the drug war can only be won on the streets of the United States. Cheryl?
Okay, Lisa, thank you. Lisa with a report on no American troops in Colombia that we know of.
And we'll hear from the president tomorrow. Huey Newton's body will be cremated and the ashes buried in a private family service. But today, about 2,000 people celebrated his life at a 3-hour funeral service in Oakland.
Hey, Ma.
A veritable who's who of the 1960s Black Power movement joined other mourners at Temple Baptist Church this afternoon. Angela Davis, H. Rap Brown, and the Panthers' other co-founder Bobby Seale paid tribute to Newton, who was gunned down last week in what police say was a dispute over crack cocaine. Just moments after the service, the man accused of murdering Newton was arraigned in an Oakland courtroom. 25-year-old Tyrone Robinson was ordered to enter a plea next week to charges he killed Newton and possessed a concealable weapon. Robinson exchanged waves and greetings with supporters in the courtroom. The prosecutor says he will not ask for the death penalty in the case.
Next Muppet movie might be shot here, and it's conceivable we could put a television show into the studios here too, so people can see us actually working. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff. It's great fun for us to just be thinking about it right now.
The deal does not include Henson's Sesame Street characters, but more importantly, it will probably mean Muppet rides at both Disney World and Disneyland.
Well, still ahead tonight, the NFL
and an investigation in Israel. Stories next.
From the days of the
Gilding the drug in Oakland, he has known links to the infamous Colombian Medellin cartel. And what were Israelis doing training Colombian assassination teams? The Tel Aviv government wants to know and is holding at least 2 of the men involved. Here's the latest now from NBC's Brian Ross.
The police in Israel today began their own investigation of Israeli involvement in the training of drug assassins in Colombia. One of the men, Yair Klein, caught on videotape, along with another Israeli, at a training camp for assassins, were called in for questioning by a special investigations unit of the police. The Israelis, both reserve army officers, have denied that they knew the men they worked for in Colombia were drug bosses. Today, Israeli Prime Minister Yitzhak Shamir made his first public statement on the drug assassin case after answering questions about it before a committee of the parliament.
I couldn't believe it. But we have to investigate. And we will do it.
Today in Bogota, there were reports that last week's assassination of presidential candidate Luis Galan, which so shocked Colombians, was ordered by the same drug boss who paid for the Israelis to come to Colombia to train assassins. The drug boss is Jose Rodriguez Gacha, who now seems to be the #1 target of the crackdown here. Rodriguez Gacha's son has been arrested. Millions of dollars worth of his property has been seized. And most important, the government has found Rodriguez Gacha's safes, and inside found the drug boss's payoff lists of top Colombian judges, journalists, and politicians. NBC News has learned that Colombian President Virgilio Barco has been told by Colombian and American authorities that 2 former cabinet ministers and a current presidential candidate have close ties to the cocaine cartel. Today, in an appeal for worldwide support, Barco said Americans and others who use cocaine have brought on the war in Colombia. And today, the Colombian Minister of Justice, who fled the country last Thursday, turned up in Washington under heavy guard to meet with Attorney General Dick Thornburgh. The minister, 32-year-old Monica de Graef, left Colombia after a plot to kill her and her young son was discovered. She reportedly submitted her resignation, but the president has refused to accept it. Despite more bombings over the weekend and the threats that forced the Minister of Justice to flee the country, President Barco continues to push the crackdown against the cocaine cartel. And he is expected in the next few days to sign papers to send an important drug fugitive to the United States to stand trial. Brian Ross, NBC.
It's a composite, folks. Oprah smiled, but from the neck down and Margaret's body. Take a look. The same one that appeared in a TV guide cover years ago.
Okay. What are you playing, blind man's bluff? Here, take this off here, like this. Well, you look like you're gonna rob a 7-Eleven, man. This is not burglary. What, you got a toothache? Here, take this off like this. Okay, stop, look. This is the way you do it, okay? Just roll it up. There you go. Now, you put it on your head. That's why they call it a headband. Okay? A headband. See? Now you got headband. Headband. Okay. All right. All right. Now, you want to say something, okay? So, like, say you see a guy walking down the street and you want to say hi. You go, "Orale, vato, what's happening?" So again. "Orale, vato, what's happening?" Yeah, hold on here. Check this out. All right? Okay, watch this here. Look. S-A-D-D-N-I-N-G. See? What's happening? You don't read English. What's happening, see? Just hold on. What's happening? What's happening? What's happening? What's happening? Yeah, what's happening? What's that? That's it, you got it. What's happening? All right. What's happening? All right. All you gotta do to have attitude is just lower your headband. Now see, like this, man, okay? In the bad position, see? Bad. Now just lean your head back like this, like you're listening to some hip music that only you can hear, all right, man? You're digging it, all right? Now take this hand and put it in here, like you're playing pocket pool or something, man, all right? Okay, now this hand, go back here, like you just cut one, huh? And you want to shoo away the smell, okay? So it goes like that. Let's try that, man. Good, man. Orale, vato, what's happening? Get down, mama. Get down. I said, what's up, carnal? What's happening? All right, guacho, el guacho, Simón, limón. What's happening? All right. What's happening? Suave, shake, then shake, shake, that, and then bim, 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 bim. Ay, yeah.